the Virtual FIMMAC 2021. We're excited to have you with us today. We've got a lot in store for you. Not only do we have our webinars, but we also have areas for you to play games, win prizes, speak to exhibitors, and much more. Come on, let's see what we have in store. Welcome to the lobby, the main hub of the event. You can navigate to the different parts of the event here by using our navigational panel. These tabs help you move around easily, and these will be available throughout the event. Ready to watch the live stream? Just click on the conference hall. Feel free to interact with the speakers by asking questions, offering your commentary, and more. Ready to check out the exhibitors? Click here. Find out more about the exhibitors and their company details when you click here. If you want to speak to them, you can use the chat or video call feature. Want to know what sessions are coming up? Check out the agenda here. See a session you're interested in? Go ahead and add it to the My Schedule page and build your own personalized itinerary here. Don't worry about missing out. This page will display the sessions you'd like to attend, as well as scheduled meetings. Speaking of meetings, you can also set up meetings and network during the event. It's super easy on the platform. All you have to do is check out the list of participants and view who's open to networking and their interests. Schedule meetings with your peers and even swap business cards. You can even do this with exhibitors too. Receive something from an exhibitor or a contact? Go ahead and view all your documents in the My Briefcase tab. You can even export them to your device. Ready to win big? We've got several games and activities for you. Watch the Champions League and see the pros go head-to-head. Or if you've been watching the live streams, stay tuned to try your hand at the pop quizzes. Or if you're feeling lucky, try out our Lucky Draw quiz and stand a chance to win amazing prizes. If you need help, you can always click on the Help Desk tab. To keep up to date on the latest announcements happening at the event, do keep a lookout for the Announcement tab. And that's our walkthrough. Now you have to navigate the event. We hope you have a great time at FIMMAC 2021. We want to hear your voice. Don't forget to send in your responses to our survey. Your feedback makes the FIMMAC events a success. Head over to the survey tab and let us know your thoughts.
Assalamualaikum, good morning, happy Friday. Today's a big day for the country because budget 2022 is going to be presented later in the day by the Prime Minister. And during his presentation, there's a lot of personal finance issues that you might be interested in. including some tax rebates, including some incentives for you to invest more in some other areas like PRS, for instance, or all the other matters that might be of interest to you. So do keep an eye on that. But today, of course, is the 5th day of FIMMAC or FIMM's Annual Conference 2021, talking about the next normal. Over the past 2 days, actually, we've been talking about investment planning. That was 2 days ago. Yesterday, we talked about investor protection. Today, we shall talk about the do's and don'ts or what to look out for when investing. And of course, like I said just now, one of the big things that you need to look out for will be the budget presentation later on after Friday prayers today. In today's session, there's going to be two panels. In the morning panel that will happen very shortly is about marketing and distribution of activities on social media, the do's and don'ts of a successful and ethical consultant. Some of the highlight includes the rules and regulations when it comes to marketing UTS, PRS, and related products. And of course, trying to get FIMM's ability to share their insights from FIMM's social media surveillance. That's happening very soon. After that, we will be talking about loan financing, i.e. to take up loan to finance your investment. And of course, that's a big topic. Anything from ASB loan to share margin financing, I would call that as a loan financing, I suppose, and many other items in between. But to recap, over the past few days, we've had so many questions coming in from the public. One of the questions that came of interest to us is there any website or is there any regulator's website for us to cross-check the validity or licensing for any private equity? Well, the answer is yes, actually. Just head on to Securities Commission, look for the page called Register of License Holders. There, you can see a list as being vetted and approved by Securities Commission, the registered venture capitalist corporations, registered PEs, registered credit rating agencies, registered bond pricing agencies, and so many other items there. So do scan the SC's website, because it's not just that. There's a lot of other things that the SC has, including things like registered digital asset exchanges and registered financial consultants. All those stuff can be found there. For now, we shall go for the first panel. And the panel is actually a strong panel. We have Encik Shahrin Sheikh Muhammad, the Chief Compliance and Risk and Legal Officer at Hafin Huang Asset Management. We have Puan Zahara Abdul Muttalib, the Head of Wealth Management at Bank Islam Malaysia Berhad, as well as Puan Ava Safina Syiani, the Senior Manager of Supervision at FIMM. Moderating this is Dr. Rosliza Mat Yatim, DGM of Corporate Services at FIMM. Enjoy this panel.
Thank you, Ibrahim, for the nice introduction. Assalamualaikum and a very good morning. Selamat pagi, Chaw'an, Kalai Vanakkam to all that are present today. Salam sejahtera from all of us in FIMM. First of all, I would like to thank all of you that have been with us for the last 5 days, and today mark the final day of FIMMAC 2021. As the saying goes, the early bird catches the worm, and we are here today to talk on a subject that is very close to our daily life. This is even more so, especially during pandemic where communication has gone almost virtual. I am sure all of us would have at least one of these accounts, be Facebook, Twitter, LinkedIn, Instagram, Telegram, WhatsApp, you name it. While these platforms come in handy to check on various status of our friends and families, it can also be used as a tool for businesses to create strong brand presence, increase visibility, attract new customers, as well as enhance the relationship with your existing clients. Used correctly, it can be a powerful tool for marketing, expand your communication reach, as well as to improve customer engagement or customer experience. The use of social media is not just confined to unit trust and private retirement scheme. It is also included for other regulated activities as well. Hopefully, you will find some key takeaways from this discussion as shown in the slides, and be mindful when using social media for your business, especially for consultants and for the general public at large, to watch out on the legitimacy of any financial products that are circulated in the social media platform. We can see that from yesterday's conversation, there were a lot of interest in relation to social media platform. So today is our job to unearth a lot of your queries or your questions in relation to social media. We are lucky today to have 3 esteemed panelists who are willing to share their experiences in managing and surveilling the marketing and distribution on social media. Well, I would like to call all my 3 panelists as Robocop in the cyborg world. With that, it gives me a great pleasure to welcome and introduce our panelists for this session. Puan Awa Safinas, currently she is the head of supervision in FIMM. She has more than 10 years of experience in supervising the capital market and auditing the auditors of public entities during her tenure with the SC and Audit Oversight Board. She was also an auditor with one of the big 4 firms previously. The second panelist, Encik Sharin, who is a very seasoned player in the industry. As I mentioned earlier, he is the Chief Compliance, Risk and Legal Officer of Affin Hwang Affin Hwang Asset Management. He has more than 25 years of experience in fund management, unit trust, compliance, risk and legal matters, as well as capital market regulations during his tenure with the SC and Capital Market Authority of Saudi Arabia. Last but not least, we have Puan Zahara Abdul Muttalib, another seasoned player in the industry. She is currently the head of wealth management at Bank Islam. With her, she has 23 years of experience in private banking, wealth management, and corporate advisory sector. She used to work at various financial institutions, just to name a few, for example, Hong Leong, Standard Chartered, CIMB, UOB, OCBC, etc. I would like to start the discussion for today by quoting the SC's Capital Market Master Plan 3, CMP3, that talks about the great technology and digital acceleration. To be exact, on page 37, this is what it says. To keep abreast with the industry, global regulators have started to adopt greater use of technology to improve oversight, surveillance and analytical capabilities, as well as support forward-looking supervision and policy making. Along with this, regulators have initiated with the forward-looking regulatory technology, also known as RegTech, to improve compliance outcomes, strengthen reporting, and better manage key risks for the overall greater efficiency. CMP3 further states one of the key regulatory thrusts is to embrace digital age with the industry as they navigate through RegTech and emerging technology. The impact of COVID-19 on members and distributors as well as consultants shows that there is a need for the digitalization agenda. Based on FIMM supervision and surveillance activities, we note there are quite a number of consultants have started or beginning to start marketing their activities on the various social media platforms. I also would like to share some key observations from FIMM's Investment Management Survey, FIMM-IM survey, that was issued to the industry early this month, where it was noted that 70 respondents, or out of 70 respondent or companies, they have actually mentioned 41% of the respondents actually expressed concern about their over-reliance on face-to-face selling method and manual operation. Well, the social media platform was indeed being used by consultants as an improvised way to market their products offered by their principal. Another interesting observation, 40% of the respondents indicated their concerns over the lack of digitalization agenda for their customers and the lower sales performance. You can read more about our IM survey on FIMM's website. So we can see that from this finding that businesses need to evolve and adapt under the current environment. If I may say, COVID-19 is really a blessing in disguise, which resulted in a lot of companies having to embark on the transformation journey for survival. While businesses are getting more creative in the way that they acquire new clients or expand the outreach, social media platform definitely one of the tools that our consultants could engage in. But be mindful on the double-edged sword of the social media. On one hand, you can capitalize it for better communication with your prospect, while at the same time, you must remember whatever that you say or whatever that you post online will leave a digital footprint. Therefore, any communication via the social media must be fair, clear, and not misleading. Now, let us dive further in relation to social media surveillance. So I would arrange it slightly different. So we will do the sharing of the FIMM's common observation first, and then after that we will go towards the ethical and other key takeaways as well. FIMM started doing its SOCMED surveillance last year, and you can refer to our annual report if you wanted to know more details. Basically, our supervision team has done some mystery shopping exercise, and currently they have embarked on a bit more sophisticated tools as part of the supervision technology, or section name, aka SupTech. With that, to understand further about the observations that from FIMM SOCMED activities, let us welcome Puan Ava to share her views. So there are 3 questions that I would like to pose to Ava as part of a presentation. First, what are the common observations or findings that you see when conducting SOCMED surveillance in the industry? So that's the first question about common observations and findings. Second question, what are the examples of actions taken by members and distributors to remediate any of the findings or observation that you have shared with them? Okay, so second part is on action taken. Last but not least, can you also share with the audience on some of the key regulations under FIMM and the SE on what members or distributors need to take note when allowing their consultants to market on social media platform? Over to you, Ava.
Thank you, Dr. Lisa. Good morning to my fellow panelists and all participants who are joining this session. All right, before I answer your questions, let me provide a little bit of background on how social media surveillance, or SOCMED in short, I call it, starts in FIMM. In 2019, we realized that there is an increasing trend for both distributors and consultants using social media to promote the scheme. So, as what Dr. Lisa mentioned just now, in 2020, we started our SOCMED surveillance, where we sieve through postings made in social media platform, including blogs, microblogs such as Twitter, social networks like Facebook, LinkedIn, forums, and image and video sharing platforms such as YouTube, Instagram, and even TikTok. Coming back to Dr. Lisa's question on what are the common observations we have seen thus far, if you have the chance to read our FIMM's annual report for the year 2020, you will see that we have shared some of the observations noted from our SOCMED surveillance last year. Next slide, please. Thank you. For this session, I have prepared a slide which summarizes the observation we have seen thus far for everyone's reference. If you see the 2 boxes highlighted in pink at the top two are the top 2 observations from our SOCMED surveillance. Let's look at it one by one. On the first pink box, which relates to unauthorized use of designation, title, or qualification seen used by persons promoting unit trust and PRS scheme. Ladies and gentlemen, this actually topped the chart. If you are an investor, you may have seen titles such as financial planner, financial advisor, investment advisor, investor consultant, that is being used by consultants or individuals on social media. Such designations are reserved to only individuals who are licensed by the regulatory bodies. So, as an investor, it will be best before you engage a particular consultant of your choice from the social media platform to first check on their websites whether they are licensed or registered by the relevant regulators, such as the SE or FIMM or FM. If you are a consultant, if you are using such designation, please change it immediately at your own accord before we reach out to you individually. The second pink box relates to making false statement about the scheme that they are promoting, and there was also false statement made about the regulator as well. For example, we have seen a consultant stating the social media page that the scheme being promoted is monitored closely by PNM and controlled by the SE, which is not accurate. Given that the scheme is a capital market product, promoted schemes must be approved by the SE. Let's move on to the observation that are in blue color. I will start with those on the left. Okay. This observation is on posting made on the social media account by unregistered individuals pretending to be one. We have seen persons pretending to be attached to a company registered with FIMM and stating in the social media account that they are a registered consultant, but that's not true. So how could you ensure these persons are registered with FIMM? Okay, this is to reiterate the point that was shared during yesterday's session where FIMM has introduced digital verification effective 21st August 2021. So, as an investor, you can either ask the consultant to show the search result under our website, or you can conduct own verification by simply going to our website, www.fimm.com.my, under Is My Consultant Authorized, where you just need to key in either the person's name or FIMM registration number or IC number, whichever information you know. Okay, moving on to the next observation. We also note that FIMM logo was being used in their postings. It is probably consultant not knowing or being ignorant on what they are posting online is not complying with our FIMM Code of Ethics. To consultants, please take note, you should not use FIMM's logo with our consent. Another observation is more about sharing your personal information with third party. As an investor, please be careful on what information you are sharing online in the public space, especially your personal data. Okay, let's move on to the observation highlighted in blue on your right. The next observation that I want to highlight is on misrepresent or make false or exaggerated statement concerning the schemes. We noted that several misleading statements being posted on various social media pages by consultants, promising a high or consistent yearly return for the fund without providing any basis to support such claim. This may mislead investors thinking this percentage of returns are guaranteed. So, as an investor, in addition to verifying that the schemes are legitimate, it is important for you to conduct some research on your own before committing to invest in schemes that are promoted online. The next observation relates to providing forecasts of future performance of a scheme, which is an outright prohibition. Okay, remember that. Last but not least, we have seen signs of consultants facilitating pre-signing of form. A gentle reminder message from me to our dear registered consultant, please be reminded that you shall not request, allow, accept, or submit any pre-signed or pre-thumbprint from an investor, regardless whether it is via online or during face-to-face meeting. This requirement is clearly stated in our FIMM Code of Ethics. And for the investors, please do not entertain such requests, even though you might feel it is a convenient option. But remember, and what was also said yesterday at one of the sessions, there is a price to pay for convenience. In answering Dr. Lisa's second question on action taken by direct distributors, I would like to break it into 2 points. Firstly, we have seen some distributors are starting to conduct their own social media surveillance. This is certainly a welcoming move as both FIMM and distributors continue to collaborate in ensuring the online marketing is done in a responsible manner. Secondly, all our SOCMED observations are shared with affected distributors for their further action. We have seen distributors taking varying degree of disciplinary actions on the consultant, which befitting their respective misconduct. Okay, Dr. Lisa, on your last question, which relate to relevant key regulation. Our main regulation in FIMM is FIMM Code of Ethics and FIMM's Consolidated Rules, which covers individuals and companies registered with FIMM. It complements the SC's regulation as well. Distributors and registered consultants would need to adhere to the regulatory requirements when conducting their marketing activities, regardless of if it's made face-to-face or online. So what is important, in a nutshell, is for the distributors and consultants to provide a clear, fair, and balanced information about their products and services offered. It must not contain misleading information such as exaggerated, flamboyant, overstated, or overzealous messaging. Also, not to attempt to mislead, deceive, or exploit investors' vulnerability, including their lack of knowledge on investment products or experience in investing. What is posted on social media would need to be easily understood and must have due regard to vulnerable investment segment as well. While we hope you as the investor could put in some attention on the red flags seen online, outside FIMM will also continue to monitor the social media space. So why is this SOCMED surveillance important to us? Well, we want to ensure the professionalism is elevated among our registered consultants and companies in maintaining a healthy competition and satisfactory communication with potential investors online. And also, it would be one of the several ways we have in place to protect the investors from being a victim of scam tactics that could be happening online. I hope I answered your question, Lisa. Over to you.
Yes, Ava. Thank you very much for such an insightful observations. So as what Puan Ava has mentioned to consultants, please take note of these observations or finding so that you can actually conduct your marketing and distributions if you were to do via social media responsibly. Well, today we have two representatives from the industry. Why don't we ask for their perspective, right? So might as well we make use of the two expert panelists where they can actually share some of the best practices for your benchmarking purposes. First, let us have Puan Zahara from Bank Islam to share her views. Well, I believe, Zahara, your team would have commenced your own monitoring on sales practices among the consultants when they do their marketing on social media platform. So if you could share with us the following three aspects, yeah? The first one, how does Bank Islam monitor your consultants' activity on social media to ensure their compliance with your internal regulation? That's the first one. Second, compared to pre-COVID and new normal situation, did you notice any interesting observation, from your social media monitoring? Third question, whether the deployment of an advanced surveillance tool or a simple Google alert is sufficient. So over to you, Zahara.
Thank you, Dr. Rosliza. Assalamualaikum and a very good morning to my fellow panelists and audience. To answer to your first question, there are necessary guidelines and measurement in place by Bank Islam as part of the sales surveillance on our consultants' activities. Firstly, it is mandatory for staff to fulfill the e-learning courses on Preserving Banking and Information Act or PDPA and Code of Practice, also known as COP. Under COP, It covers the necessary guidelines on disclosure of information, including the prohibited activities as well as the penalties. Under Code of Practice, it is strictly discouraged to collect customer information more than what is required. In addition, the staff is not allowed to process the personal data for marketing purposes without the necessary consent. Failure to seek the necessary consent, staff will be subjected to a penalty of Ringgit Malaysia 100,000 or imprisonment for a term not exceeding 1 year. Secondly, as part of performance management, we evaluate staff performance not only from a quantitative measurement perspective, but we do take into consideration of their qualitative performance as well. That includes staff fulfilling the necessary requirements for both compliance and risk management. In the event if there's a breach in Code of Practice that leads to audit findings, staff will be subjected to the necessary actions by the bank. Thirdly, and from the marketing of unit trust fund perspective, staff is required to fulfill the necessary product training. During the training, staff will be guided on the necessary marketing materials that are allowed to be distributed for public consumption. In addition, the distribution unit will provide the marketing guidelines for staff to observe. That includes a standard script, e-flyers, and e-brochures that have been approved by the bank and for marketing purposes only. In the event if the bank finds out that information has been wrongly shared or misleading information, the bank has the right to take the necessary actions against the staff involved. Lastly, our business marketing along with the IT team will be observing the activities of our consultant, particularly via the social media platform. Any inconsistencies in the marketing materials and information will be subjected to the necessary action by the bank. By the way, often we see these days that information is being circulated around in the social media. We have seen how pictures or stories have been viral overnight, thanks to the social media platform. However, I can't stress enough on the importance of verifying and checking on the authenticity of the news before it is being forwarded and shared. On the second question with regards to the differences and the observation made on social media monitoring, well, over the last 20 months since Malaysia was hit by its first COVID case, we have witnessed the need for change. Besides our commitment to be involved in the recovery process, we are obligated to adapt to the new normal situation. With this, we have seen changes that are being made constantly in order to harmonize with the new norm. From our observation, we noticed that the usage of social media platform, especially for marketing purposes, is imperative. We have witnessed how the politicians, celebrities, and business owners are tapping into these resources in order to reach out to their audience. For some organizations, they decided to leverage on this infrastructure by engaging the social media influencers as part of their marketing initiatives. As far as our social media account is concerned, we have seen a significant growth during the pandemic. We have witnessed a record high in terms of the number of followers, an increase in users' interactions as well as viewers. I suppose this is the silver lining occurring out of the pandemic. Lastly, with regards to whether the deployment of an advanced surveillance tools or simple Google alert function is enough, well, from my observation, any tools that can contribute to strengthening of the sales surveillance and monitoring of the activities is indeed necessary. So whether it is an advanced surveillance tools or even a simple Google Alert Act function, both are as important as part of the control mechanism. Back to you, Dr. Rusliza.
Thank you, Zahara. So if I can sum up, in short, back in your bank, you would have code of practice, KPI and qualitative criteria, for their performance, product training, some of the sanctions if they were found guilty, and also some collaboration with the IT team to do the necessary social media surveillance. Well, that is actually from the perspective of Bank Islam. Now, since Sharin, another house, shall we hear from his point of view? Over to you, Sharin.
Right. Yeah, hi, thanks, Lisa. Assalamualaikum and good morning to everyone. Lisa, I'll try to take all three questions together. So I hope you don't mind. Social media. Well, for the company that I work for, FIMM Asset Management, we've been delving into social media marketing before the pandemic started. I think it's 2018, 2019. So there are two aspects to it, okay? When it comes to social media, one is from the company itself, and the other one is from the consultants themselves, which they do on their own. So when it comes to the social media that comes out from the company itself, of course, it goes through compliance department, and we will monitor it and make sure that the contents are all okay and comply with the SE guidelines. But we've been noticing during the pandemic that there is a lot of consultants that are actually using social media themselves on a personal basis. And how we know this was because we have been receiving queries from investors or potential investors asking us whether these postings are genuine and accurate and things like that. So we realize that there's a lot of consultants that are using social media. So what our marketing and communications team has done together with our compliance team, we've employed social media listening tools to monitor the activities. And some online platforms, for example, like Google Alert, Essentia, Meltwater, to monitor any news or mentions related to FIMM Asset Management and the use of its brand name and products. So, for example, if a fund is being promoted by a consultant and the name FIMM comes out, then it will be captured on a real-time basis, and our marketing and communications department will pick it up. And then it will allow us to quickly review and to also escalate any issues and address any of them as quickly as we can. In regards to discrepancies when they use company logos, titles used by consultant, that I have to admit we have realized quite a bit in line with FIMM's observation. Also inappropriate messaging or even non-compliance related matters such as misleading info, material omission, and things like that. So we do notice this as per observations by FIMM amongst our agents as well. But I have to say that there's not a lot of non-compliances, because here at FIMM Asset Management, we do limit or try to limit our consultants' social media postings to reshares of our own company social media postings. So rather than coming up with their own social media postings and talk about funds, we prefer, or rather we try to tell them, please use the company's social media postings, and these would be in Facebook or in Instagram. So to your question, whether there is any really interesting observation pre-COVID and under post-COVID, I have to admit, yes, there are an increase in engagement. We found a lot of reshares of the company's social media postings by both public as well as consultants. So it's not just the consultants, but also public as well. And typically our consultants will put in their contact details in case the potential investors would like to invest in our fund. So they will put their contact details, and this could actually attract new leads. So social media, I have to admit, is a growing segment for us, and we have found quite a number of interesting things as well coming out from social media postings that we have. In fact, recently, we actually found out that a few consultants from our competitors had actually plagiarized our content. They just changed the name of the company, they changed the name of the fund, but the contents of the social media posting was plagiarized, and then they promote it as if it's their own offerings. So this was, I don't know. I don't know whether we want to take it as something good for us or is it really bad. But we were quite honored that they actually plagiarized our content. So social media marketing is definitely the way forward for the industry. Of course, the compliance officers and the marketing people would have to monitor the consultants' activities because of investor protection measures. But like I say, we are very cognizant of our role to market responsibly to the investors and safeguard interests of our investors. So, is the current surveillance tool that we use sufficient? Well, I have to admit, for now, it is sufficient for now. But as you know, Google Alerts and other social media surveillance tools that is currently available freely really depends on whether it is a public or a private account. So we can only monitor public account. We can't monitor private accounts. So that's our problem. So if we have an advanced surveillance tools that can actually also monitor private accounts of the consultants, then that would be a blessing. Thank you.
Interesting observation, Sharin. So basically, if I were to compare or contrast with Zahara's, practices, so back in your company, you have deployed some advanced social media surveillance tools. You also have some internal team that are really doing the monitoring of social media platform, as well as doing some restriction on the company materials, right? So take note to all members and distributors, if you are planning to embark on your social media monitoring, you can take some of the points from the existing market players. So these are some of the best practices. So now, let us go into the second aspect on the ethical versus the profitability key takeaways, yeah? Well, there's no doubt that social media is one of the ways for consultants to generate leads or bring in the new sales or even maintain client relationship with their set of investors. However, this is a delicate subject on balancing ethical values versus profitability. Well, not all the time it's just about money, right? Well, before we discuss on the balancing act, let us hear from the compliance person's perspective, Cik Sharin. If you could share with us two aspects, yeah? The first question, how much can a compliance officer do in monitoring consultants' marketing activities on social media? So this one is more of the role of compliance officer to those who are actually compliance officer in the audience, yeah? The second aspect, what do you think is too much or too little in monitoring such activity? This is especially true for, this is especially challenging for members or distributors that have hundreds and thousands of their consultants, under their wing. Especially to those who are actually using their personal social media account to do marketing. So if you could shed some lights from the compliance perspective, Cik Sharin.
Okay, thanks, Lisa. At present, I guess our ability to monitor consultants is quite limited. I mean, of course, we can do trainings like Zahara has mentioned. We can do trainings. We can limit the use of social media postings, the content, to what the company actually posts. So they are not allowed to actually do their own postings and their own content. And we can also use the social media listening platform. So without, for example, the social media listening platform, without it, if a compliance officer is to monitor it manually, my God, that's going to be very difficult. So we need an advanced surveillance tool for this, because imagine a company with 40,000 consultants, and they can actually do postings anytime. So that's going to be very difficult for a compliance officer. Basically, they can just put aside their compliance work and do just surveillance. So that's a bit ridiculous. So I think social media listening platform is a good tool. And I guess in a passive kind of way, tell them to limit their postings to just what the company actually posts. So that's something I think that we can use. Like I mentioned earlier, the stricter privacy laws is going to be a bit of a bane for us, because it hinders our monitoring activities across the various social media platforms, because we cannot actually monitor private accounts. We can only monitor public accounts. So that's going to be an issue. But of course, cost of compliance, we already know, is already rising. And to have an advanced surveillance system that is tailor-made for you is going to cost a lot. And it's always difficult to justify to the board on such costs, because it does not really translate to increased profitability. So if your board is the kind of board that views compliance to be very important, and the cost associated with compliance to be an acceptable cost, then you would have less problems, I guess, because you can then deploy specialized advanced monitoring tools. Too much or too little in monitoring such activities. I mean, to me, when it comes to compliance, there is no such thing as too much or too little. I mean, I can't actually not monitor compliance, and then let's say, for example, one day there is a complaint, and then the complaint goes to SC, and then when SC comes to me and say what's going on here, and I can't respond to them and say, oh, it's not under my radar. And then there's no such thing as that. You have to do your compliance work. So if you're lucky, perhaps SC will accept whatever justifications you may give. But for me, I'd rather be safe than sorry, and I would rather monitor everything if I can. So at the end of the day, what matters most is to safeguard investors' interests. So focus of monitoring and the content should always be on misleading information, fraudulent information, or even omission of material information. Thanks.
Well, as you said, investing in all this advanced technology, of course, it actually requires some investment, and how long it will take for the ROI to come back, etc. But because this is actually an emerging risk, and we can see it is actually picking up, with social media, digitalization agenda on the board. So I believe, if there are any board members, in the audience, so I guess, please support your team members, especially from the compliance team, to ensure that they have the necessary tools to do their job, because you don't want SC to be knocking on the door. Okay. Interesting. How about you, Zahara? Do you share the same view as Sharin?
I would like to echo to what Sharin had said earlier. From my observation, the compliance officer has limitations in monitoring the activities in view of PDPA requirements. As shared by Sharin, if the social media account is set as private account, the information will not be publicly available for viewing. Hence, the monitoring of consultants' marketing activities is restricted. This, in my opinion, will be the biggest challenge for the compliance officer. Moreover, there is no dedicated system in place for monitoring of the marketing activities. If such system is to be developed and implemented, the cost will be substantial. Yeah. The question will be then, whether the organization is willing to absorb the cost, especially if the ROI is literally low. In regards to the questions, whether is it too much or too little? Well, in ensuring that the necessary regulatory requirements are being met, it is essential for the organization to monitor and observe the activities of consultants. For an organization that is overseeing a substantial number of consultants, it is critical for control measurements to be appropriately implemented. Yeah, and in my opinion, any control measurements in order to curb the emerging risks out of the marketing activities or initiatives through social media platform will be necessary. Hence, there's no too much or too little when it comes to civilian.
Thank you, Zahra, for the sharing. Yeah. Well, the desire to get more incentive or sales commission versus ethical values as consultant is in fact a matter that members or distributors need to strike a balance. So this is, for example, when you promote the incentive for overseas trip or giving a good high value items to top sales performer, versus doing things properly by the book. So it's a bit of a balancing act. We understand that, yeah. And there is also a growing trend in using social media influencers to promote company or products being sold. So this could be seen as an extension of marketing effort. So the question is, which way is the appropriate method to do? Should you engage the influencer or not? What do you think members or distributors need to do to manage whichever practices or approach that they adopt? The second question, this is a bit of an important point, yeah, which I hope all consultants that are present today, please listen because this is what are the do's and don'ts. Yeah? The question is, what are the do's and don'ts in using social media as marketing tools? What are the common mistakes that consultants should avoid when doing their marketing in social media? So this is a bit of a tips or guidance, to our consultants. So since it is an important subject, so let me invite all my panel to actually share their views. Perhaps let's start with Sharin, followed by Zahra, and then Ava. Over to you guys.
Okay, thanks, Lisa. This is my personal view. I'm not a marketing person, so I'm more of a compliance risk and legal person. But to me, there is really no one appropriate way in marketing products to investors. I mean, as long as the marketing efforts reach the intended investors and they actually invest in your funds, then I think that way of marketing is successful. And companies, I believe, will always continue to use the old, tried and tested, proven and successful ways of marketing their products. But I guess for companies moving forward, if they look at how they are going to be like in the next 5 to 10 years, maybe even 3 years, they must try modern day avenues of marketing. And amongst others, like, topic of discussion today, social media, and recently social media influencers, because I have to admit that social media influencers do have their own niche, and they are actually quite successful. The company I work with actually have been using social media influencers over the last couple of years, and it has actually bear fruit. So the thing is about using social media influencers, it can be a double-edged sword. There are risks involved for sure, including reputational ones. So you need to choose the right influencer that can bring results that may even last longer after your campaign period ends, because your campaign period might be just about 1 month. But if with the right influencer, with the right content, then it can actually prolong. The people will remember it, and the videos will be looked at for months to come. So the key is firstly to identify your target audience and working with the correct influencer and produce engaging content, content that can actually capture attention without being too aggressive, and without breaching any rules and guidelines. So SC's latest marketing guidelines, which was issued, actually do help us, on the best practices involved when working with third-party influencers and also key opinion leaders. They clearly outline the risks, and we also need to obtain further information, or rather disclose how to obtain further information about the mentioned product or fund in the videos. And if the influencer, if the social media influencer is also an investor in our funds, then it should be clearly mentioned as part of the disclaimer because of conflict of interest. So all these are in SC's latest marketing guidelines. So it's good for us that SC also looks into this area. But whether you use an influencer or not, in my view, the same principles of marketing still apply. Using a social influencer, social media is just a mode of trying to reach out to the clients. But what's important is always to market responsibly with the interests of investors at the top of the mind. But that's always the case when it comes from compliance officer. Okay? So what are the do's and don'ts in using social media as marketing tools? Well, the do's would definitely be, as I mentioned before, be responsible in your content, in your messaging, especially when it comes to showcasing fund performance, because quite a lot of investors, they will always ask, how has the fund performed? But this is investing in securities, so past performance is definitely not an indication of future performance. Everyone knows that. And then think before you post your content, make sure that you're not in breach of anything, and that your content are actually not misleading and is accurate and factual. Always disclose a disclaimer to protect yourselves, and link as to how investors can find more information about the product or about the company. Don't ever try to mislead investors. I mean, this is a fund, and this is for consultants. This is your bread and butter. If clients don't trust you, that's it. They will go away. They will never invest with you or in the funds that you're trying to sell in the future. Do not make exaggerated promises or returns or claims. You know that. Investing in securities, nothing is guaranteed. And also, please do not incite investors to make rushed investment decisions. Let them have a look at the information memorandum, the product highlight sheet. Let them take their time to invest, because this is most probably their hard-earned cash. And depending on their risk profile as well, they may be a very risk-averse client. So don't rush them. Let them think about it and let them invest at their own pace. Thanks, Lisa.
Interesting observation. Over to you, Zahra.
Okay, regards to the questions whether is it necessary to engage influencer or not, my answer would be the engagement of an influencer as part of marketing and advertisements has become customary these days, quite common, especially to promote products and services. It is widely known that an influencer with the highest number of followers will likelihood be helpful to increase their productivity and sales. However, it is imperative to note that not all products or services can be marketed by influencers. For the marketing of investment products such as unit trust funds, the awareness on risk and the underlying exposure must be appropriately explained. In addition, investor appreciates transparency and guidance on the selection of funds in accordance to their requirements. So I'm not sure whether influencer will be in a better position to do this. After all, as the saying goes, a relationship that is established out of honesty and respect lasts longer than the one that is based on rewards and recognition. With regards to the second questions on do's and don'ts in using social media, as shared by Sharin and as stated in the guidelines, the consultant is allowed to share the marketing materials as long as it is approved by the regulators, by the bank, and it is for public consumption. Yeah. Nonetheless, the consultant is advised to verify the authenticity of the marketing material with his or her organization prior to circulation. Of course, the consultant is strictly prohibited to share any private information regards to the product and services. Yeah. The consultant must not disclose his client's information in social media. Yeah. And the most important part, consultant must strictly adhere to PDPA and Code of Practice.
Okay. Thank you, Zahara, for sharing that aspect. How about you, Alva?
Okay, I'm going to start by saying new generations are more prone to invest based on friends' advices or referring to others in their own social group of friends based on their own research made online. Younger investors especially get their advice online, maybe taking on more risk than the rest if they do not consult with the registered consultant. This group of investors may also thrive. As for investors, you should remember what is said by the influencer is more important than who they are. Having many followers does not mean you should trust them 100%. I mean, as for consultant, to answer the questions on do's and don'ts, the list could be long. But what is important is to first have the messages to be clearly stated on your postings and not mislead in nature. I'm just echoing what Shari and Zahara is saying. Although consultants may think using catchy phrases on their posting will attract more investors, but bear in mind, it should be carefully used and not misleading. One thing that is often not seen present or missing in the social media postings are relevant warning, disclaimer, qualification, or even the terms and conditions not being stated to some of the promotional campaigns seen online. I mean, Shari mentioned it earlier, so I'm just also saying again as a reminder. So this should also be clearly mentioned, as we do receive complaints from investors out there who felt they are being misled with promising returns from a scheme being marketed online. So I hope you answered your question, Dr. Lisa.
Yeah. So basically, transparency is key. The messages must be clear and accurate. So we do have some questions later on, but let us just go to the next, scope of our discussion, moving towards other jurisdiction. So now let us look at what other regulators are doing in this SOCMED arena. Some regulators in the US, for example, FINRA, through their examination letter, requires company to disclose on how customers are acquired through social media and how do these companies manage their compliance obligation. They are related to information collected from these customers. So I recall we were talking about some PDPA element in the earlier discussion. US SEC also published their investor alert on fraudulent investment scheme via social media. SC Malaysia also have something similar on this via their investor alert. And I recall correctly yesterday from a conversation or the discussion that we had, in relation to know your rights as the investor, the 7 simple steps to avoid investment scam that was spoken by one of the panelists. The first one actually is about being cautious on investment that are offered via social media platform. The UK FCA also issued some guidance note in relation to financial promotion via social media. So the question is there anything that regulators or FIMM alike could do to help monitor these SOCMED activities that are happening nowadays? So maybe I'll invite all the 3 panelists to share their views. Maybe I'll start with Zahara this time, followed by Sharon and Ava.
Sure. Okay, from the investor perspective, okay, I would suggest that the awareness is critical, yeah, in order to educate the public on the information that is widely shared, especially via the social media platform, yeah. With that, regulators such as FIMM can assist by continuously reaching out to the public via campaigns and media on the necessary steps and guidance to be taken by the investors prior to any decision making. Yeah. In addition, the awareness on the needs to verify the information is vital, especially when there are so many investment frauds and scams that are being promoted via social media these days. Yeah. Lastly, perhaps something to ponder. A dedicated act on the application of social media as one of the mediums for direct marketing, in my personal opinion, is necessary. Yeah, the act is meant, okay, to control, observe, and protect the information as well as the circulation. Did I answer you, Ms. Lisa?
Yep. Well, having a dedicated act, I think that can be quite challenging. Okay, in view of the present situation.
Yeah.
Okay, maybe we move on to Sharin. To share your views on that.
Yeah. What regulators and FIMM could do to help monitor? Basically, FIMM has done quite a good job in monitoring stock market activities. Like through the observations that was shown by Ava just now, so it's quite clear, and they could share that with the industry players. So that's a good step. Also, alerts by the SC on fraudulent investment schemes, that is definitely helpful to investors. And also, SC had actually come up with guidelines for digital marketers like us. So that also helped. But these guidelines is really for fund management companies. Relevant to us. So it's really down to the compliance officers to make sure that it trickles down to the consultants. But like you mentioned earlier, the desire to get sales commission as opposed to maintaining ethical values may drive some consultants to still post unwanted contents to attract investors, whether intentional or unintentional. So we're not sure, but they may still do it. So I guess if FIMM could actually have or issued or establish a principle-based rules that could guide consultants, because you guys are a self-regulatory organization that looks after the consultants anyway. So if you can come up with a guide for the consultants themselves, because SC has already come up with the guidelines for us, for the fund management company. So if FIMM could do that for the consultants, I think that would be good for the consultants. Also, as you know, and multiple times mentioned by Zahara about PDPA, stricter privacy laws in the future is going to be a challenge for us doing surveillance, because we can only monitor public postings, not private postings. So I don't know whether SC can help us with that. I'm not too sure whether SC can, but maybe SC can help us with that together with the PDPA Commission. I'm not too sure. But personally, I also feel that efforts should also be focused by maybe SIDC and FIMM on educating the public about what to look for in social media, the do's and the don'ts, the concerns, like you mentioned just now about being cautious, so that investors are always aware and not be scammed, because there are a lot of scams these days out there. So perhaps educating investors should also be a priority by regulators and FIMM alike.
Thank you, Sharin, for the piece of advice. We take note, as part of our policy formulation. Ava, over to you.
Seems like the questions are more directed to me. Okay, thank you, Sharon, Laura. Okay, I just want to start by saying that building a presence on social media sites like Instagram, Twitter, LinkedIn, and Facebook, for example, no doubt could help financial advisors build relationship with the new investors and enhance communication with existing investors. I mean, you can see it through during our COVID-19 MCO since last year. We have seen more buzz present in the social media platform. We do take note of your mentioning about the regulation side. So yeah, I mean, keep the space on your attention. As mentioned earlier, FIMM has embarked on SOCMED surveillance since early 2020 in observing marketing activities done online. There's something evolving. Apart from using online tools, we would also complement our surveillance activities with elements of mystery shopping as well, where it's needed. Yes, we are listening to the buzz and traffic happening online in various social media platforms, and we are also collaborating with the distributors as and when it's required. So as I say, it's an evolving process, and do watch out the space when the things start to evolve even to the next phase. Over to you, Patricia.
Thank you, Ava, and all the panelists. So Sharon, coming back to on, whether is there anything that FIMM could do. So I guess please watch a space. Because FIMM and SC, we are coming out, with some internal guidance or, some best practices in relation to advertising and promotion via social media. So okay. I mean, I can't say much further because it's still we have to go through the necessary due process, but watch the space, yeah?
Okay, thanks.
Okay. Well, since we have quite a mixed audience, for this session, let us impart some sharing or guidance to them from their perspective so that they could relate, from what we are talking about for today's conversation. So let's start with, from members or distributors' perspective, whether there is any value add to the company by using social media influencer. As a company, how do you supervise the activities or communication that are made by paid social media? So perhaps maybe Sharon can advise us on this. Not so long because I've just got a reminder in relation to the time.
Okay. As I mentioned before, the company I work for, we use social media influencer, and it does bring benefits to companies if you choose that route. But choosing the right social media influencer is very important, especially in the market segment in which you are trying to approach. Companies need to devise the right campaign mechanics with the audience investment journey in mind and be as seamless as possible, because this social media influencer thing starts from the point of clicking to watch the video and then registering their interest to learn more. So it's a good marketing tool to use if you decide to use it. But of course, content is very critical too. In our case, in Affin Hwang Asset Management, the content is always looked at by the compliance department to make sure that the media influencer do not say what's not to be said. So we want to make sure that we are always in compliance with the guidelines on that matter.
Thank you, Sharon. So now let's move on to the consultants. They are in the audience. While social media platform can potentially boost your businesses, what is the fine line that they need to know between marketing versus financial promotion? So maybe I pass over to Zahara to share her views on this.
Thank you, Ms. Lisa. With regards to the fine line that the consultant needs to know, while social media is widely used to promote and market products and services, however, it is important to note that the platform is not necessarily available to all. Yeah. For investors without social media account, they rely on marketing materials as well as the consultant to provide the necessary advice. Okay. Hence, the consultants are required to strictly adhere to best practices that includes fair dealing and transparency. Yeah. It goes without saying that the consultant must not put his or her personal interest first. The consultant must conduct the necessary steps before any value proposition being made. That includes, which is critical, to note, That includes know your customers or KYC. Consultant must perform the suitability assessment and to identify the right product that meets the requirements. Yeah, so these are priority. Thus, the marketing information via the social media must be positioned as an invitation rather than inducement. Yeah. Did I answer you, Roslisa?
Yep. Thank you for sharing your perspective. Now, for the public at large, especially those people who are the audience in this arena for the public, yeah. What are the dangers of investing using information posted on social media? How to identify the telltale sign that something is just not quite right about the investment, the persona, if they're using a social media influencer, etc. So perhaps Ava can give some piece of advice on this, please.
Sure. Okay, as I said, social media is indeed a powerful channel of communication that reach a wide audience very rapidly. In responding to your question about red flags, let's call it, for investors, you can't run away from doing some form of due diligence at your end. I was also mentioned in yesterday's session, you need to do a little bit of homework before you invest. Okay, but before you commit to invest or any trust or private retirement schemes, do check on whether the consultants are registered first. As I mentioned earlier, compare the information posted in a consultant's page to the actual page of the distributor to have additional conflict on whether on the schemes are being offered. Also, as an investor, you have the right to say no. Risk-free investment opportunities, promises of a guaranteed high return, sensational marketing pitches that may come with numerous too good testimonies. These are examples of red flags or out there to watch. Of course, there's a possibility that it could be genuine, but you still need to be extra careful and not to fall in the trap of that too good to be true kind of postings. And another point is, as I mentioned earlier, and it's very important, do protect your personal data. The postings online could at times be a promotion gimmicks, also a tool of cold calling with something enticing to attract investors with short-term offers. Again, you have the right to say no. This is what you have to remember. Do not feel pressured to act now. Take your time to check out the investment yourself. Conduct some background checks before you commit in investing your money. I'm sure the power of netizens is strong out there. As an investor, you also may report to FIMM using our complaint channel if you see suspicious postings made online. Do visit our website for further information. That's all from me.
Excellent. So at least, these are some of the key takeaways from the members' perspective, consultant perspective, as well as the general public. Well, thank you to our panelists. We are reaching to the end of our discussion. Now, let us take some questions here because I can see from the Slido we have a couple of questions. Maybe I will start with a direct question first because there is a specific question to Sharin. The question is, what is the role of compliance department? How does the compliance department help UTC or PRC in the event they have violated, in inverted comma, the guideline? So a bit more general. So can you shed some light to this, inquiry, please?
What is the role of compliance?
Yep.
I mean, of course, compliance is there to make sure that the company is always in compliance with the guidelines and the securities laws, so that the company will not be penalized by the SC or by the regulators. But sorry, what was the second question again?
The second part, how does compliance department help UTC or PRC in the event they have violated the guideline?
How does the compliance department help? Well, if there is already a breach, we can't do anything about it. I mean, compliance department will only raise it to the board, but and try to explain to the regulator if there is proper justifications to the regulator to explain the case to the regulators. But there's a limit to what we can do if the agents or the consultants have already breached the guidelines.
True. I agree. So thank you. I hope I that answered, one of the anonymous question that was directed to you, the first one. Okay. Now let's go to the next question that we have. Perhaps I will, let me see. Because my Slido is actually keep on changing.
I guess there's many questions.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I mean,
but it's
if
good,
I want to add
Yeah,
on to Sharin's what he mentioned just now, I mean, FIMM do assess the actions taken by distributors to ascertain on whether that action commensurate with the misconduct. So if it deemed insufficient, then perhaps we consider further actions to be taken. So I'm just adding on what Sharin has mentioned earlier.
Yeah, and then there's also a question related to what do you call that? In a stock investment, using technical analysis to predict the future pricing of a stock, isn't this is the same as forecasting the future performance of a scheme? I remember this is one of the observation by Abba, right? So perhaps Abba, can you respond to this question?
Okay, that's quite a tough one, but let me try. Okay, maybe unit trust portfolio comprised of multiple stocks and securities. So I mean, no doubt nowadays there's a lot of data analytics being used, and then you make reference to a particular stock, but it is not enough to enable prediction of UTS performance. Hence, if you notice, we have this requirement under the COE para 4.6. For consultant to actually they should not, distributor and consultant should not provide forecast of future performance of any scheme. So maybe you could, for the consultant, can you please look at the COE again, and there will be a guidance there.
Thank you, Ava. So the next question, if I could combine this question, because it seems like there is a split question, but the first question is not much of a question inside it. It says, most proliferation of funds highlight mainly on outperformance without stating clearly the risk, which is normally hidden in the fine print. What about highlighting outperformance without risk associated with investment? So I guess the main question is actually about the second part. What about highlighting outperformance without risk associated in investment? So perhaps maybe I'll pose to Sharin to answer that question.
Okay. Actually, risks involved in investment in unit trust as well as the underlying investments is always stated in the highlight sheet as well as in the information memorandum. But I guess in this day and age, people don't really look at prospectus, information memorandum, or PHS because they will be looking at the e-version of it, and maybe it's true, it can be in fine print. This is a tough question to answer. But the thing is, investments, be it outperformance or underperformance, always carries a risk. So it's very important for consultants to explain this to their clients, that if they were to invest in equities or in bond funds, there is always risks involved. There is no guarantee that there is going to be outperformance and there is going to be underperformance. There's no guarantee. You can't predict what the stock market is going to do, unless you're investing in money market funds. Then it's different. But money market fund is usually just for placement. So it's important for the consultants to explain to client clearly that what are the risks involved in fund performance, in getting outperformance, or in getting even mediocre returns. But there are risks always involved when it comes to investment in securities.
Thank you, Sharin. Hope that answered to the anonymous inquirer. Yeah. So the next question: can I engage my friends who are not registered or in the process of being registered with FIMM to start promoting products on social media? So this one, I wonder whether Zahara, would you like to take this question?
I think the answer is obvious. Yeah. We don't recommend any individual without the necessary stipulations to promote or market unit trust funds, irregardless physically or in social media. So there is a minimum requirement for consultant to go through, yeah, which is, they have to go through CUTE, yeah, basically certifications of unit trust examinations, and once they have passed the exam, then only they will be qualified. Yeah, so the current process flow for consultant or unit trust consultant to market, or in fact to perform a sales pitch, yeah, on products, the person, he or she must carry at the minimum qualification or certification, yeah, to perform such thing. So to answer the question, Rustiza, I will say that I don't encourage. In fact, I don't think it is possible, yeah, unless the
Yeah.
person is certified accordingly. Yeah.
I know a lot of people or participants, they are interested to give opinion, give product opinion, or do some marketing in relation to unit trust and private retirement scheme. But please remember, hold on to your excitement, until you get registered with FIMM, then only you are allowed to actually give the necessary advice. So please watch out. If you do, before you get the necessary authorization from FIMM, our Robocop, which is a Puan Abang, might catch you. Okay? So please hold on until you get a proper certification. So the next question.
Sorry, if I can add, Lisa,
Yeah.
just for everyone's notation. Social media is actually just a medium that you use to market the product. Just like you use newspaper or you use brochure, but social media is just a medium. So the rules are very clear. If you are not registered with FIMM, you are not supposed to market the product. So, be it social media or brochure or whatever not, you just can't.
Bingo. Exactly. Thank you, Sharon. Okay. Now, let's go into the next question that asks from Tek Chong of Penang, I guess. He actually said, how does FIMM determine the difference between a distributor's opinion expressed from misleading product promotion? So I repeat, how does FIMM determine the difference between a distributor's opinion expressed from misleading product promotion? So I guess maybe this question will have to be addressed by Sharon or Zahra. Would you like to take on this one?
I'll try to take that question. It's actually very difficult to distinguish whether it's an opinion or not, whether it's opinion or marketing. So there's a very fine line in this area. I mean, I have had questions from even my own marketing and communications department about social media influencer, whether, when he talks about a certain product that we sell, whether is it his personal opinion or is it a marketing? So like I say, it's a very fine line. So I guess some companies, some compliance officers may go with the risky approach and view it as an opinion. But maybe some compliance officer would be taking a safer approach and deem it to be marketing. So it really depends. It really depends on how your organization views compliance, and whether you look at compliance as sometimes you want to test the rules, or whether you look at compliance as something that you have to comply with regardless. So unfortunately, I don't have a straight answer for you, but that's my personal view.
Zahra, would you like to chip in?
Rosliza, if I may trouble you, do you mind to repeat the question for me?
Sure.
Yeah.
So the question is, how does FIMM determine the difference between a distributor's opinion expressed from misleading product promotion?
I have to agree with Sharon. There is no specific answer to this. However, I would like to share that in the event, if the consultant would like to share any information with, regardless, prospect, existing client or investors, or even family and friends, If the information is for public consumption, there is no restriction or there is no, so to speak, barriers for them to share because it is a public consumption. Yeah, so merely sharing of information. Nonetheless, when consultant act as a advisor to provide the necessary guidance, with the intentions to lure the recipient to invest or participate, then this is something which is critical, of which if the consultant is well certified, then the person will not have any problem. First and foremost, the consultant usually they will have to go to, like I mentioned, the necessary product training, to understand a bit more about the product. Okay, and there will be some form of guidance, materials, as well as script provided by the distribution unit. So I think that is safe to say that a certified consultant should be able to address this. However, as we discussed earlier, in the event if the person is not certified, best is not to provide any opinion with regards to the product itself, product or services. Yeah,
that's very true. Well, if you're not qualified, well, better stay silent. Okay. Okay. All right. So let's move on to the next question. Perhaps this question is for Ava. It says, did FIMM assess the impact of action taken by distributors on the number of misconduct by consultants, I guess, yeah.
Okay, thank you. I guess it's from another anonymous, is it?
Yes, it is from
anonymous. Okay, I mentioned earlier, we do assess the actions, and then I know we do look at the trends. I mean, what particularly we want to ensure that it's not recurring in nature. And I mean, as I say, it's a collaborative action with steps taken with the distributors. So we do look at the trends as well.
Okay, so last question because we are reaching the end, with regard to the timing. To whom and how can the public reach out if they would like to report a misappropriate posting in social media by individuals regarding unit trust? But I guess this one Ava would have said, we have FIMM, right? Yeah, would you agree? Yes. So
yeah.
Unless you want to add, a few more points on this.
Sorry. Can you repeat the question again?
Yeah. The question is, to whom and how can the public reach out to? Yeah, if they want to report basically any misappropriation or any misleading that they found, from the social media platform.
Okay. You see, if it's about the distributor as well, so you lodge to them. But it's with the consultants, you can lodge it to us. But if it's non-consultant, we could lodge it to the SC as well, because it falls under the carrying out regulated activities without registration or license. But I mean, you could also drop us an email and highlight what is it been seen. So I would answer the question.
Yeah. If it's in relation to unit trust or private retirement scheme, you could always lodge a complaint, which I think yesterday the speaker already gave a couple of relevant websites, in relation to specific scope of products, which a regulator that you can actually approach to. Yeah, I think, okay, that concludes on the question. Well, we have covered at great length on this social media, ranging from FIMM's experience in social media surveillance to industry sales practices. We also touch upon the ethical values versus profit-driven motivation for leveraging on social media. We also explored on some of the best practices in the industry that they could consider when using a social media platform for marketing purposes or even when they engage on social media influencer. Before we end this session, may I invite my panelists to give one punchy key takeaways that all the audience should remember after they leave our session. So maybe we'll start with Ava.
Thank you. Okay, punchy key takeaways. I mean, I'm not sure you heard of it. If it's too good to be true, then it may indeed be too good to be true. And as for consultants, do conduct your marketing activities ethically. regardless if through face-to-face or via social media. Please follow our applicable regulations.
So if anything too good to be true, most likely it is. And for consultants, conduct your behavior ethically. Okay, how about Zahara? Any one punchy key takeaways?
Okay, I have a couple of messages. Well, the first one to the consultants. I wish to remind that I wish to remind all that trust is earned and not given. Yeah. Hence, it is important to understand the investor's requirements prior to any executions. Avoid product pushing and always keep the investors updated regardless of market performance. Yeah. And to all the new and existing investors, I would encourage to stay vigilant or be vigilant. If you are not sure about the information that you have obtained or received, please verify with the regulators such as FIMM, Securities Commission, or the asset management company itself. Alternatively, you can call the bank to find out more. Thank you.
All right. Trust and avoid product pushing. Now, how about you, Sharin? Short and sweet.
Okay, for me, for the distributors, for the fund management companies, social media marketing is the future. That's the only way for you to basically attract or even reach to the new generations of millennials. For investors, please be careful. Please be cautious when you look at social media. Do your due diligence. And for compliance officers, good luck. It'll be tough in the future.
Okay, thank you very much, all my panelists. Excellent key points, everyone. Well, since we have a pantun yesterday as the closing remark, allow me to give a quote from one of the richest men on earth, none other, Mr. Jeff Bezos, the founder and executive chairman of Amazon. This is actually what he said. If you make customers unhappy in the physical world, they might tell 6 other friends. If you make customers unhappy on the internet, they can each tell 6,000 other friends. So can you imagine the effect of multiplier and the connectivity through social media? Because remember, whatever that you said on social media, it actually will leave a footprint. And the impact is actually humongous. There are a lot of multipliers and the connectivity. So, as what have been mentioned by all my colleagues or my panelists, use the social media responsibly. Yeah. Okay. With that, and also don't be part of the statistic, from being catched by our robocops here. So when you use it responsibly, inshallah, you will be on the right track. So with that, I conclude our session, and thank you to all my panelists and the audience that have been with us for the last 1.5 hours. Thank you for your time. Stay safe and see you next year. Bye.
Bye.
Thank you.
All right, now it's time for the pop quiz. I do hope there's an opportunity for you to win good or fantastic prizes. Hannah, take it away.
Welcome everyone to the second last Industry Education Series games. Can you believe it? It's almost over. As before, this pop quiz is going to be open to everyone except those currently participating or has qualified through to our Champions League game. Those of you who are playing in the Champions League will be playing in the final round later this afternoon, so stay tuned to that. The rest of you who are not playing in the Champions League, you are free to join the pop quiz. If you've joined it already and you're aware of how it works. For those of you who have not joined yet, all you have to do is go to our event platform, look for the Kahoot link, copy that into Kahoot, and begin playing. Make sure to key in your proper email address, the one you're currently using, because we're going to need it in order to contact you to deliver your prize in the event that you win. All right, so all you have to do is accumulate the highest score based on speed and accuracy. And if you win this game, you are going to take home a smartwatch. Lucky you. Speaking of luck, this is my final reminder on our lucky draw. Our lucky draw is going to be closing soon. So if you still want to join us, you have this opportunity, okay? So quickly go to our event platform, look for our quiz sheet, fill it in, get all answers correct, quickly submit it, because we're going to announce the winners of the lucky draw later this afternoon alongside the final round of our Champions League and our final pop quiz of this entire industry education series. Okay, if you win the lucky draw, you win an iPad. We're awarding 2 iPads to 2 lucky winners. Very, very exciting stuff, and I really wish you the best. But before that, let's just get into the first activity for the day, which is the pop quiz. Everyone, I hope you're already on Kahoot because the games begin now.
Yeah, welcome back. And this is, of course, the final panel discussion of FIMMAC 2021. It's been a very long and interesting journey since Monday. But of course, we shall cap this with a very interesting topic, which is called loan financing. And in this panel, we'll be basically answering three big questions. The perks of financing your investment, i.e. borrowing to invest. The second is, of course, understanding the kind of risks that you will take if you do take on personal loans for investments. And finally, how do we move forward in terms of allocating proper planning, financial planning to manage not only these risks, but to grow your investments in the long run. In this panel, I have an all-ladies panel, which is fantastic. Lynette Lee, the CEO of FPAM, joining us. Nirmala Subramaniam of AKPK, or Agency Counseling and Pengurusan Credit, as well as Joyce Chua, the CEO of Success Concepts Life Planners. Maybe we can start with Nirmala, because some of the big debates right now is on not about loan financing, but debt management outright. It doesn't matter what you take the liabilities for. If you can't service it, game over. And a lot of people actually turn up at AKPK to help resolve their liability issues. And of course, this is not necessarily a good thing. The fact that they're asking for help is actually quite crucial. But perhaps you can share with us some of your experiences when it comes to your work in AKPK and how debt management has become a big problem for the country. And perhaps we have to really think hard about taking up more loans, even if it's for investment. Nirmala.
Hi, good morning. Thank you, Ibrahim. Thank you for the question. Thank you for the opportunity here today. Good morning, everybody. All right. Well, it's a big question. You're talking on Friday about loan, and but when it comes to loan, there are two kinds of loans that we always look at. One is a productive loan, and one is a non-productive loan. When you take up a loan in order to generate an income, we call it a productive loan. In terms that you take up a loan where you're investing in a property, so the asset goes, the price goes up, the value goes up. So that's like you're gaining something out of it. So that's considered a productive loan that we're looking at here. And that's why we talk about good loans. And then when we talk about unproductive loans, these are more of loans that cater your lifestyle, where you actually want to cater your lifestyle. So this is something that we really have to look at prior to taking up a loan. So mostly when we take up a loan for investments, they're considered good loans because you are actually using up these funds to generate more income that would actually help us. But we also have to be very careful in terms of what kind of investments are we going to go into, so we've got to weigh that, what are the pro, what are the cons there, how stable it is, because there is a cost here that you're going to pay. When you take up a loan, there is a cost. So this is what I see in AKPK when they came up with all the miscalculated risk there. They did not really understand the investment that they are getting themselves into. That's, I think, the key factor. Because if you're like, you see everybody, hey, I'm making money here, so you get like really hyped up. I also want to make money. I don't want to miss the boat, and things like that. But what happens is you don't have the money. So of course you want to go for financing, right, to invest. So if you really do not understand the investment and what's the risk, what's the possible thing there, you're just like on the herd mentality, you're just following the crowd, then that is a danger. That is a danger. So we're not going to say that all loans for this is bad or this, but it's all about you knowing what are you taking this loan for, the purpose of it. You must understand, the purpose of that investment. You must also know your payment ability, whether you can really afford to pay or not back this loan if something happens, So this is where I know I've seen cases where they invested in big schemes. They wanted fast money, and sometimes it's so wrong. I had a guy who went into Forex, and he used up his credit cards up to 100 over 1,000 because initially you're making money. But here's something that you got into, what you call this, you got greedy. You got greedy and you wanted to earn more. So that's where it came to going up and just accumulating your debts. And you forgot to know that credit card debts are very, very high cost debts. So you really got to weigh these two. So I've seen cases. So this is like knowing whether I can really pay back or not. The payment ability should be there also, you know. So that's something that we always look at. What are the 3 P's before I want to borrow? Is I need to have the purpose. I need to know the purpose. I need to know my payment abilities, and I also need to maintain a good payment record. So whatever loans that I've taken, you know, is within my capacity, and it's also I have good records maintained for that. So that's very important. So there are many types of financing loan. I mean, if you want to finance investment, mostly like maybe properties, that's very common, and then very commonly known is the ASB and all these loans that you know. Then there's also shares that you can actually finance. So you got to weigh also whether the risk, you know. So this is what we see. They don't know the risk, whether the higher, of course, higher the risk, the higher the return. But you know, you got yourself with a loan. There's a cost to pay, and you still have to pay this loan no matter what happens there, you know. So we have seen also cases where they've invested in wrong businesses. This is called, like, I've seen cases where they invest in leech breeding. You know, Lintah, leech breeding. They've invested in there was this pokok haru, you know, it was meant for medical purpose, you know. So it's huge amount that they took financing to actually invest in these schemes where they were promised really, really high returns. So it all went wrong. So they had to come to us because the loans still have to be paid, right? And that's where we saw many issues in terms of affordability there. So it's good that we are on the mindset of, you know, I want to invest, I want to grow my wealth, you know, that's the only way. But we also should be very careful when it's coming to, there is a cost to it. Of course, everything there's a cost to it, but we should also be very mindful when it comes to loans. So don't overtake it.
One of the big problems that we think about is that when it comes to loan financing, it's mostly ASB financing, but there's so much more, as you were mentioning just now, Nirmala, on the issue of investing in agricultural activities. One investment I've heard of is vanilla. My Grab driver ended up having to be a Grab driver because he was taking up so much loan to invest in vanilla plants. That didn't work out so well for him. That just went out the window. Of course, there will be some technical questions like, for instance, should we take up ASB loans or any other loans? But perhaps we'll take a pause for Nirmala and perhaps toss this question to Joyce. Joyce, I think we have to ask ourselves or continue to forward that idea of good debts and bad debts. Nirmala touched about productive loans being financial liability taken up to further the wealth of the individual. But there's also that element of good financial planning. Maybe you can elaborate on good debts and bad debts, and perhaps how does this fit into the financial planning angle, Joyce?
Yes, good morning, everyone. Thank you, Ibrahim. I definitely agree with Nirmala that there are good debts and bad debts. I often say that not all debts are bad, and debts are like cholesterol. That we have good cholesterol and bad cholesterol. It's a matter of what's the ratio of these. In fact, as far as debts are concerned, you should have zero bad debts altogether. But it does not mean that you should not have any debts, especially if your cash flow is supporting the fact that you're eligible for a good debt, like a mortgage debt, or even a loan for ASB, which I'll touch on maybe a bit later throughout the discussion. Now, the fact is that we are now in a low interest rate environment. And as a financial planner, from a financial planning perspective, a low interest environment stimulates your opportunity to have more wealth, to build more wealth. Now, as far as building wealth is concerned, a good debt puts money into your pocket. A bad debt takes money out of your pocket. So what are some of the good debts? I've mentioned mortgage is really one of the best ways to build wealth because it allows you to, in fact, immediately have an asset or a place to live in if you're using it for your home. It allows you leveraging benefits in other words, yeah. You're looking at mortgages. It builds wealth. It helps you make money while borrowing money. I mean that's That sounds like a nice proposition. You're using other people's money to make money. But then again, as Nimala has mentioned, or yourself, Ibrahim, that making money using borrowed money needs guidance, needs some strategies and careful thoughts. So as far as loan financing for investments are concerned, I really like that proposition, because it adds value, or it adds to your net worth, all right? And it allows you to have that the investment straight away. For example, if it's ASB and you take a loan for 200,000, immediately you have 200,000 in your hand, though it may not be yours yet because you're still repaying the loan. However, it's in your net worth. Of course, you still have a liability against it, but it's being built slowly. And ASB is a very good example, because it does not give you any volatility in that sense, and it gives you a very secure, confident type of investment asset class. So that's a really good example of how you can build wealth. However, before I go on into what are some of the proper planning that you should be looking at, is that with loan financing or getting a loan, it creates liquidity for you, like what's happening in the US, on a bigger scale, on a micro level. It creates liquidity for you, because you don't have to use a whole lump sum to buy a house, and then that particular money can be utilized elsewhere, hopefully prudently. Now, but as I mentioned, it comes with risk, and you have to have proper guidance. And some of the things that you need to start off with is know why. What is your goal of getting the loan? If it's for investments, why? If you're getting a house or a property and you're getting a loan, what is it for? Is it own stay, or is it for rental? And if it's for rental, you need to do some calculations. Also you need to know your DSR, your debt service ratio. Are you able to repay that big loan without getting into trouble? Do you have a buddy, or a financial planner, or a friend who will just nudge you and say, hey, look, you shouldn't be dipping into this, because for example, ASB, you've got your 200,000, you are not supposed to dip into this. This is meant for the long-term purpose, like retirement or some other lifelong purposes. I think the other one is looking at hidden fees. There are also fees when you get a loan, legal fees, stamp duties, that can be really hefty. Last but not least, I say that if you're looking at getting a loan for investments, please manage your emotions as an investor. Money really makes us very different people when it comes to investments. We may be very calm as a person, but when it comes to our money being on the line and the rubber hits the road, that's when we change. And what type of investor are you? Do you have a guide? Do you have someone who will be able to tell you to stay calm during volatile periods? So those are my thoughts, Ibrahim.
Thank you very much. Timely thoughts, actually, if you think about it, because people don't tend to behave the same way when it comes to their money, and become a little bit more irrational, if you ask me, a little bit more nervous and a little bit more impulse driven. But that's speaking out of experience. Let's now move to Lynette, and of course I want to talk about more on the risks that the investor must think about when it comes to taking on loan investing. I know a lot of us would probably know what the risks are, but sometimes it's important for us to go through the risks yet again. And of course, it's not just about the risk, it's also the ability for us to continue to service such loans. Maybe Lynette, you can explain or share your ideas on these two items.
Thank you so much, Ibrahim, and to FIMM for the opportunity to share on this topic. I'd like to share my experience, and it started during the days when I was a unit trust consultant myself. And my group agency manager is popularly known as a loan financing queen. So bearing in mind that her clients are business people who are very used to gearing in their business, therefore, when they take a loan to invest, they are very aware of what are the risks involved, and they know what to expect. They go in with their eyes open. However, what about people in the street? So before I introduced to my clients, I decided that I want to try it out for myself. So at that time, I was given a personal loan by then called Filio Allied Bank, now part of Maybank. I did 2 tranches. The first tranche was during a rising market. I used 1/3 of the money from my mortgage and the other 2/3 my own money. And within 3 months, the market went up. And when I did a quick calculation, I was making 3% after netting off my capital, my service charge, and my loan interest. Of course, I didn't take out my commission as a UTC because that time I thought I must behave like an investor. It worked out to averagely about 12% per annum for the total amount that I have invested. I cashed out because this is an experiment and put my capital and my gains back into my mortgage account. The feeling was really, really great. It's a euphoria because you see, I only used 2/3 of my money and I get full return on my investment. Now, 2 months later, as I said, I'm still on the experiment. I decided to experiment again with the same modus operandi, 1/3 and 2/3. This time, the market was going down. So I monitored the investment very closely because I am paying interest on my borrowings. I had to pay attention to what fund managers had to say and economists' views on the market moving forward. Now, when the market looked like it's not going to improve in the short term, and my interest is increasing, the amount of interest that I paid, I decided at some point in time to cut loss and sold my investment. While I may have lost money in the second tranche, but if I take my first tranche and second tranche into consideration, I actually broke even. Now, how do I feel then? The feeling at that time was anxiety and the pain of losing money. By the way, my risk appetite at that time is moderately aggressive, which means I cannot take a lot of risk, just a little bit more than your man in the street, so to speak. So the lesson learned here is do know your risk appetite before you consider such investments. All right. The other thing lesson learned is awareness that in a rising market, it is all right. But in a down market, you make paper loss for short-term investment. Unit trust with service charges is not a suitable investment for such loan financing or punting, I would say. But having said that, I agree with what Joyce said, that financing can be a tool for someone who wants to create an instant pool of money for a goal, like child education, for example. But it must be bundled with a protection tool, either an insurance or a takaful in the case of unforeseen circumstances. The other thing is that the investor must also budget to pay the installment from their monthly income. So the key points in loan financing is, number one, what is your intention, your niat? Number two, your discipline to pay back. I think yesterday when we had our prelim discussion, we're talking about how people went crazy, seeing so much money, and instead of sticking to what the purpose is, they use the money for something else. Of course, they live to regret it. And number three, I want to touch about something that's more current, and that's taking moratorium to invest. It may not be a good idea if you're expecting to punt the market. If you can afford to pay your installments, better to pay it off, as we do not know what the market holds, especially in these challenging times. New variants are coming out, don't know how the economy is going to be. Markets open, markets close, borders open and borders close. So having said that, my final point is, if this is happy money, you are willing to punt and won't break a sweat in losing all of it, then you can go ahead. But you must be willing to take full responsibility for your loss, as investment gains are not guaranteed. That's one thing. The second thing is, do weigh your what you want to invest, and whatever that the unit trust consultant tells you, you please ask more questions. And if you're unsure, then don't do it. It's better to err on the side of caution, as this is your hard-earned money. Listening to what Nirmala shared earlier, I feel the pain. I feel the pain because I personally taken someone to AKPK for help because he was in financial difficulty. and it's really a painful process. Don't go there. Learn from other people's mistakes. That's my sharing, Ibrahim. Over to you.
Thank you very much. But I just want to highlight that going to AKPK is a good idea, particularly if you are in financial distress. It's also important for us to seek help whenever it's needed. I think there shouldn't be any stigma, there shouldn't be any problems of somebody acknowledging that somebody is going to a KPK. It's like, mental health. If you need a psychiatrist, it's good. It's good that you're seeing somebody. Particularly, times are tough right now, and times are uncertain, particularly when many of us may have had job loss or, seen our salary cut. So that is the backdrop of stigmatization versus seeking for help. But I also want to highlight one idea, which is, of course, cheap money versus expensive money. Some loans are quite cheap. We're looking at 2%, 3%, and then furthermore so now because of low interest rate. Some, I guess, loans are very, very expensive. Credit cards are the easiest example. Personal loans can go up to 20, 30% sometimes, particularly if you are undiscerning in terms of the bank's offer loans. First, when you talk about 18% credit card charges, if you tally it all up, including the fees and all that, I'm sure somebody like Joyce would probably tell me it's much, much, much more than that, right? And I agree. Right. Yesterday, I had to cancel one credit card, UOB, and they were pestering me not to leave them behind. But unfortunately, some of us may have to part our ways. So it's not easy to just cancel cards, even if you want to. Maybe any of the panelists can take up this question. When do we know how do we tell? How can we tell if the loan needs to be fully paid off as quickly as possible versus the kind of loans that we can let it run, perhaps even until maturity or until the tenure ends, to a point where we can actually use the money for something else. Maybe, I don't know. Anybody wants to take this up?
Well, yeah, I'll just take it up. I've always talked about cost versus benefit. So the cost of your loan is 20, 30%. And what is your benefit? Now, if you're a businessman and you have a business and the business runs successfully and you're getting 40, 50% out of your 20, 30%, that's absolutely fine. Just go ahead and max up your credit cards. But how many of us have this business acumen to be able to run a business and get a high profit margin, especially in the early stages of the business? So it is a cost benefit thing. So it's likewise, I hear a lot of people taking out EPF to clear their mortgage balances. That's also not prudent because EPF provides or rather declares dividend around 5%, and you're paying what, 3%, 3.2 on your mortgage. You're actually out of money. So those are the guidelines that I would be advising clients on. Ibrahim.
Lynette or Nirmala, you want to jump in?
I would totally agree with Joyce on this because you got to weigh in actually, because we've seen a lot of clients, even someone will tell me, okay, when I reach 50, I want to take out my 1/3 of my EPF and settle off my housing loan and mortgage loans and things like that. But this is where we say, wait, what is the reason why you're doing that? Okay, unless you tell me that, oh, I have difficulties on my monthly commitments, I can't make my monthly commitments, I'm really, really running short of cash every month, and due to that, I end up using credit cards for my need and think that in that case, you may want to do this because you need that money for your monthly expenses. Here also, you have to be very careful because the moment we have settled one loan and we have extra cash in our hand, we don't think about going and settling all the other loans that high, but we end up like wanting to use that money more for our daily expenses and things like that. So this is something we got to be very careful because I've seen a lot of people who will opt to refinance their property, to settle up their credit cards, their personal loans and things like that. So because this is where cost, because here is a lower cost, this is a higher cost. So let me refinance this so I have a lower cost so that I can settle up these loans, which is ideally that's how it should be. But the problem is when we settle off these loans, we should really, really settle off these loans and no longer start it back. That means no longer using the credit cards or no longer taking up anything else, because you must remember that you have already increased your mortgage loan here. So there's already an additional cost that you're going to pay. Despite, yes, the rate is low, but still an additional cost. It's still a lot more money, you know. And then when you start accumulating more debt, so then this is where we have this idea of digging new holes to cover up old holes, and you keep digging and digging and digging. It's be a never-ending story, but you don't end up happily ever after. See, so it's something that we should be very careful of in this aspect. So should I do this? Because this is the questions we get. Should I the house especially the house, because you know if the rate that low, and people will try to make out of it. So should I pay it up earlier? Should I refinance to settle up higher expensive loans? So all that is fine, but remember not to start any new debts after that. Do not until you have settled this, because this. But if you are going to EPF to do the withdrawal because you have to reduce your monthly commitment because it's very tight for you, and because of that. So if you're doing that, you really have to ensure that because this is your future money that you're withdrawing from EPF as well, your future earnings, and that's quite high. So you've got to also be careful and make sure you settle off this amount, and make sure whatever additional amount it's really used for your need. If you can, if you have assets, invest back. If you have assets, invest back. Don't delay on it. Maybe at times you needed to withdraw the money, but when you have the money, put it back in, because you will not realize it now, but you will realize it when the time comes and when you really need that time when you're not actually earning. So I would tell people, try to make use of the monthly earnings you have. Try to make use of that to settle all this, rather than looking at long-term savings and just wanting to withdraw them out for the current need. So got to actually weigh in a lot of factors here.
Yeah, just adding on to what Nirmala and Joyce has shared. Loan, by the way, is a 4-letter word, and so is love. Okay, so I would say please love yourself and be careful when you take your loan. I still think that loan can be a good investment tool to use, but number one, as Nirmala has shared so many cases, too often people use it for the wrong reason. I remember I had a phone call from the bank offering me credit card, and I told them I already have 3 credit cards. I don't need them anymore. He said, take one more. And I said, what do you want me to do with this credit card? Oh, you can use the money to go and invest. Whoa, I tell you, the poor chap had an earful from me, because a lot of people do not realize 18% per annum, that's what they think they're paying. But actually, if you cannot pay your credit card loan and you roll over, I have done one for my client previously when I was a unit trust consultant. They actually, in the end, pay about 24% per annum. That's a huge sum of money. Not worth giving, not to say that we don't love the bank, but not worth giving to the bank when it doesn't benefit you. Whatever you put up must benefit you. So to me is, you must, if you want to take out a loan, you please remember to be very disciplined, pay it off, make sure, talk to either your UTC, your consultant, or your licensed financial planner. Make sure you have the capacity to pay, and that you are leveraging on it to take opportunity. But if you're just taking on it because someone is doing it and you have no way to pay, please say no. It will be the best decision you ever made for yourself. That's what I like to say.
Okay.
I'd like to just, sorry, I'd like to add
hang
on
on.
to what...
Hang on, there's a question here from the floor. Maybe Joyce, I'll throw this back to you later. But the question is very good. After 30 minutes, we now have a good landscape of how loan financing is and the various ones involved. Let's steer the conversation now towards loan for investment purposes, specifically for unit trust, and I suppose ASB and ASM as well, and for stocks. We know that housing loan, debt management perspective is actually quite okay, that we understand that bit, but loan specifically for investment, i.e. unit trust and stocks. Shall we zoom in on this now? Joyce, you wanted to add something?
No, I wanted to add to what Nirmala mentioned about taking out an EPF and then not repaying. I mean, and using it for some other to repay your loans. I think if you ever take out money from EPF to repay your loans, please consider that as a loan from yourself, because this is from your future self. EPF is for your future goals, which is for retirement. So you're just taking a loan from yourself. Please promise yourself to pay it back, including I Lestari, Sinar, and all that you have done. If you have done, that's what I wanted to ask. And since I'm, sorry.
Go on for that. Okay,
so
let me
let
me rephrase, because Lynette was also mentioning early on in her opening statement. Just now she was talking about taking a personal loan, but also include a takaful element to it, or an insurance element to it. A lot of my friends do take up loans, but they don't want to pay insurance or takaful. Many of them are happy, living well, but I'm very nervous about their investment or loan debt management because there's no takaful. So I mean, what do you expect, right? If the unforeseen circumstances happens, it's going to be doubly bad for everyone. The question now is, do you think that, say for instance, an ASB loan is the easiest for us to illustrate? A 3.4% loan for ASB 200,000. And ASB has been paying about 5%, but of course the number has been declining. I'm expecting next year's number or this year's number is going to decline even further, perhaps one of the lowest ever, but that's how it works, I suppose. Do you feel that these marginal differences of 0.6, right, 3.4 versus 4.0, assuming ASB pays up 4.0, is this worth it? That would be one of my questions. Who wants to take this? Joyce, would you like to take this?
From the cost-benefit equation perspective, anything that's in the money is worth it because it builds wealth, right? However, it comes, if you have a problem with managing your emotions or not having a discipline to repay, then it is not worth it because you may end up poorer than building wealth of the additional 0.6. Now, the margin is not the issue. The issue is, 1, your discipline in repayment, 2, your liquidity, 3, your skill set. If you are using this money to invest in, say, not ASB, but in shares or even unit trusts or something like, I don't know, some other speculative investments, then your skill set has to be there. Now, I myself am, I'm here at the forum, and normally I speak to clients about their financial plans, and I may not have the time to look at what's happening to my stock right now, and if I just give it to my remisier or stockbroker to look at it, he may not have the time either to look at when should you just liquidate this and cash out. So your skill set has to be there. And 4th, you need to have the time. You need to have time to monitor these volatile investments. It's fine if you have these investments, this money from your loan for conservative, secure investments like ASB or a mortgage, but not volatile ones. You need to have skill sets, you need to have time. Plus, if you're using it for unit trusts, remember it is not just for one product. Build a good portfolio that's efficient, that gives you a good weighted average, estimated to be way above your cost of borrowing. That's where you are in the money, and that would make perfect sense. So these are some of my thoughts on the question.
Let's talk about volatility here, because share margin financing is also a big conversation. I just pulled up ringgitplus.com. Some banks are offering about the same rate. 50,000 ringgit, interest rate is 1.75, plus stamp duty 0.5% of financed amount. So let's say 2 point something percent, and then a few opening fees, account fees, and all this. All in all, we're looking at about 3%. Do you think that this is a smart idea to take a share margin financing at an interest rate of lebih kurang 3%, and then roll the dice, I suppose, and claim that we are the best mahaguru of share, or call this investing? Do you think that this is? I know Joyce has said something about that, but with a 3% interest rate, is this a smart idea?
Well, I have known of people, these are whom I call experienced traders. They have done that. To them is, out of 10 times that I trade, if I can make money 5-6 times more, and also the returns that I get from it is higher than what I would have to pay in terms of borrowing, on top of that I still make money, then it's worth it. However, if you look at what they do, okay, these people practically live, eat, breathe stocks. They have their charts. They have their, they check, they have to check what is happening around the world in relation to Malaysia. And then they also have to monitor. The only good thing about doing trading, share trading, is that nowadays the tool that you use is more sophisticated. You can actually fix when you are supposed to get out and when you need to take profits and when you need to cut loss. So that is a good thing compared to those days. However, the discipline, again, it comes back to yourself. What do you do with this money when you make it? Do you punt it some more, or do you take your gains and put some aside and use the rest to go back in again? So it's your attitude towards money and what you do, whether it will determine whether you're successful in loan financing for investment. That's my 2 cents worth.
Okay, we have 2 questions, but both of them have been answered on the panel. I'll just recap. First question is, what should we do before deciding to take this route for investing or take up loan investing? We have discussed this. Discipline is important. Taking a loan against yourself, for instance, if you borrow against CPF. Also, the ability for you to understand the interest rate and compounding interest rate from you earning such an investment, either unit trust or ASB or EPF, versus the kind of fixed rate like a housing loan with a 3% interest rate. You shouldn't, pay off your loan so early or take up something that could give you money, i.e. EPF, from paying off something that is not going to give you money, i.e. your housing loan. That's one item. Second question is it worth to get a loan up to 200,000 to invest in ASN, Amanah Saham Nasional, with an average return of 5% if I am able to pay monthly installment of a loan of 3.5%? Joyce has categorically answered this. Go for it because it's money in your hand. And of course, 3.5% is a stable fixed rate, or 5% is not the 5%. The ASN element is actually very safe, very stable. So, do it if you can. Which brings about another item here, which is to understand the risk involved when it comes to mutual trust, unit trust by taking up EPF. There's a lot of, I think many of us are familiar, or at least have heard about it. Boost your EPF savings and increase your purchasing power by taking up the members investment scheme. There's a lot of mutual trust companies here. Is this a good idea, i.e. to take up some of your EPF money and plonk it into unit trust schemes? Anybody who wants to take this up?
Yeah, just on this EPF also, I would like to also add in that you need actually something about unit trust lah. I think everybody should be aware is we think that unit trust is a fixed return. We think that unit trust will definitely give us returns and it's high return. It's not so necessarily like that. You still have to understand where in unit trust it is invested. It's not fixed return, because I have a lot of people who have invested, because they know EPF have offered this scheme, and then so when I ask them what is the returns like, what are the returns you're getting, I don't know. I don't know whether how much, but I know there's something. That's a very wrong thing. I think that's something, because I have personally seen their statements and some of it was actually lower than what EPF was giving. So then you are not making money again. You are losing there. Of course, dollar cost averaging, you have long-term things, you've got to see, but you've got to also weigh in, you've got to review your portfolio every yearly. You've got to review and decide, then you decide. So this is where I always tell clients is when you want to make unit trust, you want to do unit trust investment, don't take things for granted. It is not, you do not take things for granted here, any kind of investment. It's just not for the sake, hey, I've invested, but it's more of like, I have to put a target. You have to put your own target. Okay, by this age, I want to make this much of money by 1 year. So what are the plans I should do? So that's where you talk to your planner, your unit trust agent. You say what is the portfolio I should go in if I'm looking at this kind of return. What my monthly, how much should I put, and things like that. And every year review that back with them in terms of like, okay, where am I now? Should there be a switch? Should there be a this thing? You go with that. Even if it's from EPF, don't take it for granted, because if you leave it there, they're still earning, and you don't want to lose out of that by going into something that's going to pay you lower. So whether it's really good, whether it's really bad, we cannot say upfront, oh, it's good, or go in. But it's good. You must know what you're investing in, where you're investing in, whether it's going to give you higher returns. So you want to make the most out of wherever that's going to give you highest. So that's where. But of course, you calculate the risk. We calculate that risk here. So that's something that we fail to do, is reviewing, I think, in this part. But I also want to add in another thing, Ibrahim, that talking about, we had all the earlier questions about going into investing, taking up loan financing. So there's one more part that's very, very crucial, is before you start doing loan financing, the education is very important. Lynette has clearly mentioned that these people are seasonal traders, so they know. You don't go in a new kid on the block and then you straight away want to do it. That is a big danger. Okay, and another most important factor is, before you do this, make sure you have emergency buffer with you. That's very important. That is very important. Before you take up big loans to go that, you have an emergency buffer fund, cash, or saved up somewhere that will help you during emergency times, because times are uncertain. We saw this during COVID. Is a lesson to us. Actually, the recent pandemic is a real lesson to all of us that nothing is permanent in life. You can be flying high with a permanent job, high salary and things like that, and the COVID hit the industry, and they're back on ground. We saw especially the airline industry. So these people had actually invested here and there, but they did not have cash backup money, and they also financed big things, like big properties, because you were earning big, but when times hit bad, there was no cash, there was no backup savings or things like that to actually help during emergency times or illness or things like that. This will also kill your investment plans, your this thing plan. So this is the ground. We say this is the foundation, is to have your emergency buffer fund for at least, I'm not sure financial planners would say 3 to 6 months of your living expenses, but at least the more, because the statistics have shown that 70% can't even raise 1,000 ringgit during emergency period. They can't even raise out that much of cash. So in planning to grow your wealth is extremely good, but at the same time, do build at least about 3 months of your expenses that you can cover in case something were to happen. So you have this emergency buffer fund. So I'm sure Lynette and Joyce would add on to more where they can keep this emergency buffer fund instead. So that also generates for you some money, but it's also, there's all about playing, diversifying. You diversify from here to here. So you want to finance, you want to use your EPF, the unit trust, is all good, but you also need to review your unit trust returns. Don't take things for granted because this is the mindset. And a lot of times, many investors do not understand the statement. So they fail to see what is the actual return, and they fail to know. So this is where your agent, your planner, your financial assistant comes in and asks. I think asking is another thing. We always feel that if I ask, they think that I'm stupid, or I do not know, or I'm ignorant and that this thing. So we feel shy to ask also, actually. But if you ask me, this is our hard-earned money. Ask the most serious, the simplest question. It's okay, but at least you understand to what you're doing. Yeah, that's what I would like to share, Ibrahim.
Joyce or Lynette, you want to add on to the EPF versus unit trust, or taking up EPF? Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I think EPF opened this up in 1997, I believe, way back in 1997 for a good reason, so that EPF members can take responsibility over their wealth and invest it prudently with guidance. Unfortunately, over the years, emotions have run high, and possibly investors were not properly educated on building a proper unit trust portfolio. Rather, they have been chasing after returns or product returns. They look at Lipper rankings or historical returns and assume that will continue on. So what will, from an investment angle, what will smoothen out these unexpected events like COVID? I'm not sure how many of you will be panicked. And if you have a good portfolio that you rebalance every year, and that's tied to a purpose, which is retirement, there should not be a real panic. Of course, we're still human beings. So that's one thing to add on. The other thing is to know, as Mala said, what you are investing in, what are your returns. But besides that, you need to know what are your underlying assets in the unit trust funds. It's not just relying on your unit trust agent or financial planner. You as an investor, you have to take the other part of your responsibility to know not just the KGAR or the compounded annualized return, as well. You need to also know your underlying funds and what are the underlying assets and investments and countries that you're in, and not be surprised that suddenly your money is in somewhere where you're not even sure. I think third, back on Nimala's point on rate of return, it's important to note that as an investor, there is a difference between compounded annualized growth rate, KGAR, and simple annualized returns. Unfortunately, a lot of plans that, a lot of reports that I see on unit trust funds that come to me on my table, I see that the returns over the years have been annualized on a simple annualized basis. And you can't compare that with EPF because there is a difference. So the education wise is not there. I think, and I think last but not least is that I see also a lot of movements during volatile period and peak periods. Peak market periods where you take profit as if you're a trader and you switched out and switched in, and there's too much movement. Now, from a research that's done by Dalbar, they found that average unit trust investor has underperformed even the S&P over even 20-30 years on a KGAR basis. Why? Because they have reacted to market movements or done too much movement in their portfolio, making it not efficiently giving you a good efficient return. I mean, let's just take an analogy. If you're baking a cake, every now and then you just open the oven door and say, is it baked? Is it baked? And you're just letting in air in. It will not bake. You will not have a good cake baked after some time. You need to let it bake, but through thick and thin. But how do you smoothen out volatilities? So you need to have a good portfolio. Don't chase after products. Have a good portfolio. Have a good guide. And the guide is not just to tell you which are the best returns. The guide, in this sense, a financial planner or your unit trust consultant, is an emotional guide. It's there to say, hey, look, let's look at the mountains and not look down on the valley when, like COVID, you look down on the valley, you just be scared. So, and keep focus on your goals. Why did you even set up? Why did you even take out money from EPF in the first place? Question that. Is like your relationship with your money, right? Or your relationship with your spouse. If something happens, you need to ask, why did I come into this relationship? So those are very pertinent questions to ask.
Yeah, I read somewhere that 9 out of 10 times why spouses fight is because of money. 1 in 10 is because of other reasons. So imagine all the other reasons. This include, third party in the relationship and all that. All that is a fraction of that 1 in 10. So that's 9 out of 10 is a big deal in terms of why spouses fight. But we have a question here. Not much of a question, just an affirmation of how this person invests. I use investment loan repayments as an alternative to dollar cost averaging. All right, so this guy takes, or this lady takes a big loan, a big chunk, plonk it in. And this person asks, starting with a higher principal should give better returns. What do you think of my approach? I like this question because I myself am grappling with this, right? Do we go with a dollar average, averaging, 100 ringgit for 20 years, every month for 20 years, or big chunk, plonk it up, and then pay the loan, and then hopefully the principal grows. This is a strategy, of course. Anybody wants to take this up?
Well, I'll say something again, Ibrahim, if you don't mind. The fact is that if you do a big chunk, then it is just value averaging versus dollar cost averaging. Dollar cost averaging is no brainer. It's just at every interval, a fixed interval, right? Fixed amount. Whereas value averaging is when you see this market dynamics and opportunities and you put it in. So it is to me it's important that you have to be very certain what you're investing in. If it's ASB, yes, big chunk for by all means. But I was going to say that if you're putting into a share, you got to be really familiar with the share and be ready to a dollar average, because anything that's volatile, you need to have ready funds to dollar average. So that's my thoughts on it. It's quick and fast.
Yeah. Just to add on, I've known someone who put in a chunk of money during in March 2020. And what happened was they put in investment stocks and they made money, very happy, but didn't get out. And then the market went down and they lost money. So you must have the knowledge. I think that's very important. And the other thing is also two things I want to talk about. Number one, what are you investing in? Because Namala has very rightly pointed, most of the people in financial difficulty is because they went into scams. They thought it was investment. So beware wary of people who come and tell you that I'm offering you this investment. You can even take your credit card or your loans to invest. The reason why you don't see it registered with SC is because it's very costly to go through all the process. Therefore, we are giving the money into your pocket, the profits. Never happens, okay? It never happens if it's a scam. So be wary of that. Second thing, when you engage either a financial planner or a unit trust consultant, you must also pay attention and take ownership of what you invest in. To deep dive into what Namala said about asking questions, I have seen unit trust consultants who put their clients' EPF money. The client has got 2 years to retirement, but put all the investment into one small cap fund, all of it. And unfortunately for that agent, the market dropped. And we all know that during a down market, the small cap funds are the ones to really deep dive in. So the agent got caught, the client got caught. So as a investor, you must take an interest in what you're investing in. Don't say you don't know. Because at the end of the day, you must remember, you sign on the dotted line. Henceforth, you are responsible for whatever decisions that's made. So don't leave it to someone else, but at least take an interest and know what you're investing. If you need more time, please take more time. If you need to ask questions, please ask questions. Okay, and I know there might be some unit trust consultants in there. Please take good care of your clients. If you want to take their money for retirement, make sure you do proper asset allocation. You have different funds to choose from. Don't punt all into one for your client. They are dependent on you. So love your clients, love yourself. That's my sharing. Thank you.
I'm going to ask something that might not be too popular amongst our consultants watching us right now, which is ETFs. As we all know, ETF and unit trust both offer diversified exposure to the market, but there would be some very important fundamental differences between the two. And while EPF has allowed for member investment scheme to be used for unit trusts, the conversation is still ongoing whether or not we can use EPF for ETF. And I know none of us represent EPF right here, but what would be some of the thinking that needs to go when it comes to taking up loan financing for ETF? And I mean no disrespect whatsoever to the unit trust consultants out there, but it is something that I guess the public must think about as well. Any thoughts from my illustrious panel this morning?
Okay, I'll take that one again. To start off with, exchange-traded funds. Exchange-traded funds have definitely, there are many types of exchange-traded funds, ETFs. And you need to know what these ETFs are investing into. What are the underlying assets? Again, it's just like structured deposits, right? It's like if you've heard of structured deposits from the bank, they seem conservative enough because they give you higher rates of return. But what are the underlying assets in those kind of instruments? The same with ETFs. So ETFs normally will hug an index, or you can have ETFs in other sorts of instruments. You need to check it out. So whether we should allow, what are my views? We should allow EPF to withdraw EPF for ETFs. I think it's probably a bit premature, because it really does require a good guide or a good skill set, I've always mentioned, to look at ETFs. Now, having said that, there are also funds that invest in ETFs as well. If you're not familiar with it, there are funds, overseas funds, that you can capitalize on because they invest in ETFs. So there's nothing wrong to invest in a fund that invests in ETFs, and actually saves you the trouble from having to monitor that instrument, which is the ETF. Now, ETF can make money, but it also can you can also have more volatility than a diversified fund of underlying investments. Those are my thoughts.
Joyce, do you think that it's smart to go into both then?
Gold. I'm not.
No, both.
Both. I heard gold.
Diversified in ETF and unit trust.
I see. Right. Yes. So, in from an investment portfolio perspective, right, there are what I call your core investments and also your complementary investments. So, your core investments would be the ones that are like your ASB, the ones your real property, your investment properties, as well as your unit trust funds, which are very much diversified and very not country specific, like going into Middle East kind of one country specific kind of investment. So yes, those are core. So yes, my long answer to your question is yes, because ETFs can form part of your complement. Then these are sweeteners that can increase your wealth, but it can also go the other way around. So it's a two-way street. Yes, my answer is definitely yes, with skill sets and guidance from someone.
I think I wanna. This is very timely for me to ask a question from the public right now by anonymous. And the spirit of the question, the phrasing of the question is, I've been rereading it again and again. I think I'm trying to capture the spirit here. This is a person who has a stable salary from a Fortune 500 employer. This person has found landed property and take loan at 52. I'm not too sure what at 52 is. Is it his age or her age? Is it I'm not too sure, but it says found landed property and take loan at 52. So now the question is, should I sell off my condo to reduce my loan liability, or invest in unit trust for growth under 60? I think, like I said, this question, the spirit of this question is more of, should I reduce my debt liability or pay or invest in unit trust? I don't know whether this makes a lot of sense, but that's the question that was asked.
I'm going to pass this question because it's a personal question and I'm not licensed to answer it. So Joyce, I lob it over to you.
Only licensed person here.
Yeah, I'm certified, but I'm not licensed, so I don't practice. I cannot practice, so I'll pass it over to Joyce.
Thank you, Lynette. Well, whether or not you should clear your loans is really very dependent on your own financial situation. I mean, a person is 52 and we live long lives, right? And our retirement age is 60, so you still have 8 more years of good earning income. I mean, is the person still earning an income? Yes, right, from a Fortune 500 company. So and how do you magnify those income? I will use the word magnify. Is that yes, magnifying is through leveraging, and leveraging is through capitalizing on good loans, good debts. So a mortgage is a good debt, and so long as the interest rate environment remains attractive like now, then yes, you should use it to invest in a portfolio of unit trusts, not in one single product. And please make sure you do your due diligence, having the right buddy, a financial buddy, to just nudge you or to just guide you and understand all those things I've said just now about unit trust portfolio. Not too much movements. Understand what is KEGA, not a simple annualized return. Know your objectives. Know what are the underlying assets. Don't chase after returns. Don't panic. Keep your emotions in check. I mean, so many things. So therefore, sometimes, it's like going to Russia and you don't speak the language, so you need a tour guide. Similarly, if you're not good with your wealth building skill sets, then you need a good guide to guide you. So back to the question, yes, you should, with care, capitalize on the low interest environment and magnify your earning power, which you're still, I suppose you're earning a good salary from a Fortune 500 company, and watch your portfolio carefully. Now, about watching your portfolio carefully, sometimes we overwatch our portfolios, our unit trust portfolio. What I mean is that you look at it every day, or you look at it every other week, or even every other month, and that spooks you, because the markets are not, they do not travel in a straight line, and then you being a human, you will tend to react to it. So I've often said, with regards to your investments and the volatile nature of your investments, do not react, but respond. Okay, respond in the sense that, should I dollar average? Now, it's easy on the academic wise, or just in a forum say, let's dollar average, but to do it's really hard, because when do you dollar average your unit trust portfolio? When it's down by what, -10, -15, and I remember dollar averaging my own unit trust portfolio during the great financial crisis in 2008, over 4 times. The first three times after averaging, I kept losing even more money. It's like, then I should not have done it, isn't it? I should have waited for the lowest, but who knows when is the lowest time to dollar average? So I had a strategy. A dollar average over 4 or 5 times. That was in 2007. I kept losing money every time I checked it, so that was bad. It spooked me. Then I decided that I'm just going to keep to my purpose of why I had that portfolio. Today, that portfolio is about 3 times to 4 times more than what I had put in after 12 years. So there you go. Those important investment concepts have got to be in if you're doing that. Ibrahim.
Let's go back to Nirmala. Could you share with us some of the stories that you had to deal with at AKPK when it comes to the inability for an individual to service debts? What would be some of the bigger problems of people resulting in them having to seek assistance at AKPK? Is it more of them losing their jobs, or is it the lack of discipline, or a combination of either? More of that.
I think it's a lot. It's a combination. But what do we normally see is actually emotion-related thing in terms of discipline. So you started off right. You had right goals. You wanted to do things right. You had the thing, but down the road you got excited. You probably miscalculated things, and so it happens when something that you have a plan, you draw up a very nice plan in terms of, okay, I'm going to invest every month this amount, I've taken up this financing, this is what I want to do. But as I mentioned, life does not go as planned always. We've got to accept this fact. There will always be things that we do not plan happen. So this is when this is what a small thing, a small other expenses, a small other misfortune happen, they are stuck already with their finances. So that's how I see most of the clients who come to it. It's not that I deliberately planned myself and it's more of like I did not calculate my risk here in any terms. So I don't have that backup savings for medical. I don't have good protection plans for medical. I didn't even understand my protection plans actually to know even what they cover. So there's a lot. So then it comes back to lack of awareness, lack of knowledge. I did not know what I was getting myself into. So for example, you were talking about rates, right? Interest rates. There's another thing when I take up personal financing, I need to know what's my effective rate, not the rate that's published. There's a difference there. And at times they come back to me, I've been paying and paying and paying, but I don't see the amount reducing at all. I don't see the principal reducing at all. I've paid almost this much of years. So people are puzzled why it happened, but they were unaware of, okay, how the calculation went on, what is the actual rate that was calculated. They advertise to you 3%, 4%, but what's the effective rate? It's double than that, it's higher than that amount. So it's actually a higher cost there involved, So if we look at, I would say, to me personally, I would tell you personal financing is a killer. Personal loan is a killer. It is a killer. I'm not talking about the personal financings that we take for ASB, because that's a reducing balance rate. That's different. This is on the flat rate concept where, you take personal loans. In fact, I've seen people who took personal loans to renovate their properties, to pay up the down payment for their properties. That's a killer. That's a killer because it's on a flat rate. We've got to understand the flat rate where, you upfront, you calculate it just like you buy a higher purchase, so it's higher. And if you look at bankruptcy stats now, the number one reason for bankruptcy is personal financing, personal loan, and followed by higher purchase. No longer credit card has never been there. Okay, it's always less than 10%. So the highest is now personal loan, personal financing. It's because people took huge sums, 200 over 1,000. Right, at a rate of, they thought it was 3%, if I were to calculate. And over a long tenure, the problem it was a long tenure. Initially, they were given 20 years. So now it's like about 10 years. They brought it down to 10 years, but still it's long. Okay, so if we were to calculate, they almost be paying, if I were to take 20 years with a 3%, 100,000, I'm actually going to pay back 160,000 there, in terms of the rate. So people were not aware of what kind of loans, what are the rates. Okay, if I were to take a loan of this to finance my investment, I have to ensure I'm going to earn more than that. So I need to know what is the actual rate here. So this also many did not know into what. So this is what I see. In fact, we were chatting yesterday too. I had a client who actually refinanced his property to go into more investments. Yeah, and ended up, all those investments he did not know. He was just following. We call this not the right gurus lah. There are many out there, so we have to be very, very careful here. And he did not know. So the key thing is I need to know, not just follow anybody. Doesn't mean he made money, I will make money also. It does not mean that. Okay, we got to throw away all this things. If he made money, I'm also going to make money. I don't want to miss the boat. I want to jump in there. It's okay. Go slow and steady wins the race here. I agree with Joyce earlier. You don't have to be like haywire when you hear a panic news. Oh, what do I do? I totally agree with Joyce here. Like I have to calculate that. So that's what we see. And I've also seen cases like I mentioned earlier, where they took up this financing into a lot of properties. They went into the property market. Was good those days, those days. I'm not trying to say anything or speculate anything, but we know that the current state of things, we have more properties than the demand. Supply is more than demand. That's a fact. Okay, so we've got to be very careful in terms of our interest, rental yield, the returns that we're going to take, whether it's going to be sufficient enough to pay back your loan, because many of them went into that. Either they want to, buy and sell immediately, when things are good, or they were buying for long term and then depending on rental, so there's also risk things here. So I had these guys who they quickly go in and buy properties when, the market says, okay, this is where the university is coming out. You've got to buy your properties here. There'll be students renting out, and I think this happened somewhere in Bangi. Yeah, Bangi near UK, and there's supposed to be this college or university up next to that. And then they advertise on this student colleges. So people bought units were like about 35,000, 36,000 per unit. So people bought many, okay, at that point of time, because Bangi is next to UKM, right? And then you had the German Institute there and all this. So you never expect that this would go abandoned, and the project went abandoned. And people who bought the projects were like, they bought few units, and when they came to us, it stuck. It stuck like about 100 over 1,000, 200. You got no choice. The bank has paid for you. There's no argument when it comes to abandoned project. Okay, it's between, if you want to claim the money back, it's through the developer. Okay, but for the bank, I financed your project, so you still got to pay me, right? So they ended up paying these loans. Yeah, of course, we worked it out, but it's sad lah, you're paying for something that you can't even go and stay in. If you go and look at that area, you can't even. So there are a lot of investments like this that has gone abandoned, has not what it was predicted. I'm sure we all heard about a few areas that was projected so much, like they say airport was going. I don't want to mention places, but airport was supposed to be there many years ago, and things all change. So we've got to be very careful here, because especially when it comes to, I've seen a lot of cases, especially when it comes to property, because it's a huge sum. It's really a huge sum. Yeah, we are committed to. Yeah.
Just to jump in, even if you have property investment in areas where there are a lot of universities, Section 17 is one of them. There were so many universities. There was Utah, and other Islamic U and all that, but they moved. So the people who invested and made money in the past, now they are stuck, especially during this pandemic, because before the pandemic, the universities move around. So just like any other investments, you need to put your ears to the ground also. I'm just adding on to what you said about property investment.
Yeah.
Nothing is permanent.
I totally agree. And especially when we give up for rental, we got to be very careful. There's a lot of risk that we got to weigh in. I've seen worse cases, Lynette. I've seen a tenant who was so angry that the owner was asking for rental. They destroyed the whole house when they were chased out to the max. They actually removed the roof. They took time to remove the roof, just in terms of like anger. Can you imagine? This is like what you call tenants from hell, I guess. But I've seen really. There was a client of mine, and it was so sad to see her, a single mom, trying to work. To work out things through. She had one property where she was like renting out, and things fall like this. So I'm not going to scare people. Please don't take it because coming from AKPK, we hear all these stories, but it's all about you being more careful, more careful, calculating your risk, have a good guide and going. Because
do your due diligence.
Yeah, do your due diligence. Because the way to grow your wealth is definitely investments. It's definitely investments, So yeah.
Yeah, I'd like to just jump in on that particular issue about rental. The fact is that often I ask my financial planning clients, when you want to get a rental property for income, which all of us, like, is that, are you prepared to be a landlord? Just as Namala said, are you prepared? Because you meet all kinds of people. That's one. Are you prepared to be a landlord of a residential property or a commercial? For me, I'd rather be a landlord of a commercial property, because I don't have to be worried about the curtains and there's leakages and all that. Just rent them empty and you get it. I think the second thing is about rental yields. Unfortunately, the rental yields from a financial planning perspective have not been calculated. It's been incorrectly calculated. Now, from the many analysis I've done, rental yields, if it's like 4-5% net of your costs, which includes not just your taxes, it includes your running costs of owning a property. There's so much, right? Assessments and what have you, repairs, and interest. There's a big chunk. After taking all that into account, your net rental yield, if you're getting 4-5%, that's considered very, very good. So please be very sure how rental yields are calculated. And I think thirdly, with regards to property investment, don't over asset allocate. Just like what Namala said, I've known someone or a few people who had got into this investment guru kind of club, and one person actually committed suicide because he over allocated and became a bankrupt, and he actually jumped to his death. And that has cost lives. And I often joke that the duty of the financial planner, or the role of the financial planner, is not to make you rich, it's to prevent you from being poor. And I think in this case, it's to prevent you from losing your life if you have over asset allocated into properties.
Which brings about this question from the public here, again by another anonymous. Apart from investors being ignorant, shouldn't there be accountability put on UTMC or Unit Trust Management Company or UTC, Unit Trust Consultants, who aggressively market unit trust as somewhat profitable, assuring good returns? Basically, the spirit of this question is more of, is the responsibility solely on the investor, or should it be shared across the parties involved? That is, I think, that is the point of this question.
I'd like to pick up this question because coming from Financial Planning Association, some of our members are not necessarily financial planners. They could be tied agents, regardless of whether they're from the insurance or the unit trust part. But I would think that there are guidelines for best practices, and you need to do consultative selling instead of doing product selling. If you really want to keep your clients and keep your clients for long term, and I think that to a large extent, the consultants have to be accountable. Accountable from which angle? Accountable from looking at your client's situation and recommending the right funds for them, as well as how you're going to build the portfolio. Do not put in the hottest fund just because of past performance. You're not doing justice to your client, and when you don't do justice to your client, you don't do justice to yourself. Because at the end of the day, you only have this client for this time period only. Whereas if you do right by your client, you keep your client for a longer term. So take good care of your client, but from their angle, because you must know what is the risk that they can take. And I think it's not just only the agents or the investors. I think there needs to be teamwork. So like I said earlier, the investor, yes, they must take note and be careful. Don't always think that, I leave it to the agent, and at the end of the day, if anything goes wrong, I blame the agent. You can't do that. But on the side of the agent, you must also make sure that you do your due diligence and do the best you can for your client. And always tell the good, the bad, and the ugly. Don't just tell the rosy story, and don't tell the downside. Because when your clients are more prepared for whatever pitfalls that may happen, they understand and they're prepared for it. They will appreciate when it comes. They will know what to do. So I think it is both sides. It's not just one party that has to take the full responsibility. I hope that answers the question.
Well, in a way, it answers it. But I was working in a bank about 5 or 6 years ago, and it's a universal bank. It has all the other services, everything there. I visited an asset management subsidiary of the bank, and the asset manager there had a big thing on her office: past performance not indicative of future performance. It's so huge, it's unmistakable. So I was asking her, what is going on with that, right? I mean, it's like, it's not the greetings or word of God or what, but that thing. And she says that she's trying to scare her clients. She has all the prospectus, she has all the brochures, but that saying she says on the wall is not a reminder for the client, it's also a reminder for her. That is one crazy story here that I've heard. We also heard about the conversation of how to talk about interest rates and stuff like that. There's another question here. It might be a little bit off tangent, but I'll still ask you anyway. We still have about 10 minutes left. With the interest rate being low now, can a customer visit the bank and renegotiate a housing interest loan that was agreed upon many years back, assuming that it uses a flexi loan? I think this is more of a personal troubleshoot question. I don't know whether any panelists want to take this up. If not, then we'll move on to the final topic of the day. All right, so we move on to the final topic of the day. We want to talk about some of the key points of the panel discussion, loan financing, some key tips that you might want to share. I know we've heard a little bit about good debts, bad debts. We heard a little bit more about 3Ps from Nirmala. I've also heard about the element of insurance or protecting your loan financing with an element of insurance or takaful. Those are the key points. But strategy-wise, moving forward, We now know that the world is still grappling with COVID-19, but in a different form. Less people are dying across the globe, but people are still dying, right? Many of us are probably being afflicted with COVID-19 or any other diseases, but we're not literally dying from, many of us at least, and we're still protected because most of us, if not all of us, have been double vaccinated, including my youngest daughter, actually, quite happy, actually, we did it over the weekend. The story now is, what is the strategy moving forward? Perhaps personal stories, tips and tricks. Maybe Lynette, you can go first.
Well, I have shared my personal stories, but I've got a few keywords to as a takeaway. Number one, and this is for investors, be very clear what is your goal. Make sure you have your protection in place. Also have your emergency fund in place, and do your due diligence before you borrow any money, and be very sure that your investment is genuine. This is my takeaway. Thank you.
Thank you, Lynette. Joyce?
Okay, for anyone, I mean, all of us manage our own money. We have our money, and you don't have to go to a financial planner to get help unless you want to. Now, the first thing to do is please inventorize your financial life. The funny thing is, most of, I would say 98% of the time, you know, from my client meetings, they do not know what they have. They have not inventorized. They don't know what are, yeah, they know the big ticket items, but they have sometimes left out some assets and sometimes some liabilities. So know your financial life, like you want to know someone really well, because when you know your money well and you have a relationship with your money, it will reward you. If you don't know your relationship, if you don't have a relationship with your money, you may be penalized for it. So inventorize. Any company or any retail shop will close a day to do stock take. So my advice is close a day, find a day every year, do a stock take of your financial life, and check out what is the health of your financial life, just like your physical health. And if there are gaps or problems or bad debts, or you have not taken even a single debt. Now, if you have not taken a single debt, having said that, it may not be good because you don't have a historical record on secrets and how is your payment history like. So have you been too liquid that you have not even capitalized on any debts? So all those questions are important. Do that once a year, and know where you're going in terms of your goals. And just as we say, don't follow another person because they're not going to the same direction as you, right? Your journey is different from the other person. So don't do a copycat financial planning kind of thing. Do it on your own every year. Inventorize.
Okay. That is, of course, my biggest takeaway from this panel discussion. Inventorize my financial life. I have it in my head. I didn't put anything on paper, and unless my wife knows how to access probably she does, I suppose. She can probably track most of my stuff, but you know, it's better to put everything down, I suppose. It's also a good stock take. When I was young, I did a stock take. That's when all the pilfering happens, by the way, the stock take event. Tapi tak apalah, tu dosa lama, Form 5. Let's move on to Nirmala for the closing statements.
Thank you. I'll just add on to what Lynette and Joyce have actually mentioned it very clearly, but I would just come in from where we are from. It's like, if you have debt issues, if you have taken, and if you're in trouble, please do not be silent about it. From the 3 P's, I'm just moving to the 4 A's actually. Acknowledge there is an issue. If there is an issue, acknowledge your finances actually. Acknowledge where is it at the moment. It's okay to be wrong. It's okay to be make some mistakes. It's okay, but as long as we know we want to change, we want to change and we want to make it better. Analyze your situation. The second A would be analyze. Analyze the amount of debts you have. Analyze the amount of your cash flow. Analyze them. What's your in? What's your out? What's your actual spending? So analyze them, and just don't analyze and then keep quiet. And analyzing this, you have to write it down, Ibrahim, not just thinking of it Yes.
Tengok aja.
Yeah, no, you got to write it down. Okay, because until and when you write down, you don't really know. Yeah, so then you know what to act on. So then you act. So okay, who do you see? Do you see your financer? How do you reduce it? If you look at your cash flow, sometimes when you write down, you'll be really surprised of what you see, in your actual cash flow. So what do I do? Do I have to reduce? If I have to reduce, if you're in a family, please talk as in a family. Like you mentioned, Ibrahim. One of the main reason of divorce cases, I'm not saying the only reason, but this is one of the main reason in finances is because we don't communicate. And whenever it comes to reducing finance, we always blame the other party. We say it's because of them, that's why it's high. So, and then when we actually write, and then we have to sit in a family and actually discuss, okay, where do we reduce? If we reduce this, what's the impact that's going to happen? What's the impact to the child and things like that? So act upon it, yeah. And then if you can't settle your own debt issues with yourself, the 4th A is coming to AKPK. We are here to help you. Remember, we are free of charge. We do not charge. Yeah, if you have high debt issues, do come to us. We'll be able to talk to the financer on your behalf. And so it's just about acting on your finances. I think that's the key thing, is acknowledging, acting, analyzing. Like I agree with Joyce, do a stock pick. Yeah, a yearly stock trick is very, very important with our finances. If can possibly, you have to know, I think in financial management, to make it simple, you got to know where every ringgit you have goes to. You need to know that, once you know where your money is going. And of course, we also want to close it up is also giving back. So you earn, you manage, you save, and you give back. So whether you give back to the community in the way of helping each other, and also in a way of with knowledge, with things that you know, and or even with things that you can help with, I think that's how it makes us grow at the end.
I think that's very good timely advice. I think communication is key. At least with me, the problem my wife has with me is that I communicate too much for her. She's glad that I'm getting paid every now and then for talking. But I'm also big, you're talking about, tenant from hell. I'm a tenant from hell. My landlady is my mother-in-law. So I'm giving her hell. So it's not about the property. It's about me telling her about a bunch of stuff. But jokes aside, it's actually quite important for us to really use this opportunity to think about how we manage our financial life. Of course, this has been a very interesting panel conversation. And the big takeaways, if I can just summarize very quickly, the 4 A's: acknowledge, analyze situation, act upon it, and of course, AKPK. Joyce was talking about inventorize your life. And earlier on, Joyce was also talking about value cost averaging versus dollar cost averaging. And of course, Nimala did talk about purpose, payment ability, and payment records, and productive loans versus unproductive loans. And Lynette keeps on delineating the conversation of how responsibility must be shared. Full transparency has to take place. Continuously ask questions. That's extremely crucial. Sometimes consultants can be they just assume that the investor knows what's going on. And the onus is on the investor to raise your hand and say, I don't understand this jargon. It may be understood by 1 million people, but I'm not that. So continuously ask questions. The onus is on you to ask questions. You have to acknowledge, I was, prior to the pandemic, I took a scuba diving lesson. And the instructor is like, I don't know if you have any trouble. We are underwater, both of us. You got a signal to me, because you can't, I can't see what you're doing is right or wrong. You have to tell me what's wrong, right? So the first few lessons is always about communication, non-verbal communication, at least when you learn about scuba diving. But the moral of the story is you got to let other people know your problem. You got to let other people know what you understand and what you don't understand. Failure of which I think is very impossible for us to actually understand how to move forward together as one and build wealth together. It's a tough time. Everybody needs to build wealth together. And of course, that is extremely crucial for us to do it in the most informed way. I hope I have summarized this panel quite succinctly. Thank you very much to Lynette Lee, Nirmala Subramaniam, as well as Joyce Chua. This is a fantastic panel. I've always enjoyed moderating a womanel instead of a manel. Every so often I get accused of sitting in a manel, and I'm very happy that the organizers have put together a very, very strong set of speakers. Thank you very much for this. we'll go for the big item right now, which is the Investor Education Series Lucky Draw. 2 winners will win an iPad each. That will happen right now. And of course, a URL link to the quiz will be shared with eligible participants. And of course, for now, we say goodbye to our panelists. And I'll pass this over to Hannah, my colleague, who will be presiding over the quiz section. Thank you very much. Have a good afternoon.
Believe it's the last day of the Industry Education Series. Can you? It feels kind of bittersweet because on the one hand, we're going to be playing the finals of the Champions League games, and we're also going to be announcing the winners of both the Champions League as well as the Lucky Draw. But on the other hand, it's always kind of sad to say goodbye, isn't it? I don't know, it could just be me. I'm a bit sensitive, but who cares? You guys don't know me. What matters to you right now is that you win some prizes, and win some you shall, because we are going to play quite a number of games, beginning with, of course, our pop quiz. For those of you who are not qualified to play in our Champions League game, you guys can play in our final pop quiz of this entire Industry Education Series. Go to the Kahoot link on our event platform, key in your email address, and once you are on the Kahoot page, you can start playing when the games begin. If you win a smartwatch. That the person with the highest score will win that smartwatch. Apart from that, we are going to be announcing the winners of the Lucky Draw competition. For your information, we are no longer accepting submissions for the Lucky Draw. I've given you countless reminders, so I really hope you've already submitted your form in. And finally, we're going to be playing the Champions League game, and we're going to crown the winner of our first ever school, university, and public category Champions League game winner. So it's very exciting times. And although I'm a little bit sad, I think you all are feeling really pumped, really excited about winning all this. So I'm going to leave it to you guys. May luck be on your side, and may you win. All right? Have fun, guys. See you on Kahoot.
Thank you very much for all the attendees coming to or attending this very first virtual or FIMMAC. Of course, FIMM Annual Convention is a flagship event where unit trust scheme and private retirement scheme consultants, members of the investment management industry, and the public come together to share, learn, and discuss impactful topics across the fund management industry. Many thanks to the Executive Chairman of the Securities Commission Malaysia, Datuk Zaid Alba, the Chairman of FIMM, Rizal Sharif, all the speakers that have come to speak with us over the past 5 days, and many, many thanks to all the participants asking very pertinent questions using Slido or all the other apps that we have, and asking their views and opinions from the panelists. And of course, for those that have won the fund prizes, congratulations, including those that have won the iPad, 2 iPads actually, and all the other fund prizes that have to be won. Congratulations to you guys. For those that did not win, don't worry. Hopefully there's going to be another FIMMAC just around the corner. And more importantly, another FIMMAC that we can do in person, particularly now that we're getting more and more of us vaccinated. Over the past 3 days, we were exploring the ideas of investment planning, investor protection, the do's and don'ts of what to look for when investing, the idea of exploring some strategies in terms of investing, and of course the long-term aspects of it. The general themes keep on recurring: diversifying your investment, inventorize your investment, try to look at cheaper rates, and try to understand the differences of interest rates between the products. More importantly, in fact, the most important thing is to ask, always ask. I think that's the whole idea of us coming to these events anyway, for us to seek the opinion of others and ask for us to make informed choices by ourselves. My name is Ibrahim Sani. I have been with you throughout the 5 days, and it has been extremely fun speaking to all these people, listening in to all these conversations. But of course, thank you to all coming to this FIMM annual convention. Once again, thank you very much. Have a pleasant weekend ahead, and be sure to tune in to the Prime Minister's Budget 2022 presentation, because you could be in store for some interesting goodies that might help you in your investing journey. That is happening in just 2 hours from now, at 3 p.m. from the Parliament. The Prime Minister will start his budget presentation then. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Have a good day ahead.